All right, chat. I think we are back. So sorry about this, everyone. As you guys know, there's always some tech difficulties happening here, and thank you all so much for being back. So sorry about this, guys. We are back. Yes, we are. I had to create a separate stream because for some reason things were just not working. Things were not working. So, anyway, I'm not going to delay this any further. We are going to get back to, we're going to now start start our listening party. Thank you all so much for joining me in here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to analyzing this track together with you guys. And we are starting off with the first track being Verso. Yeah, we definitely have like the sense of mystery going on, but again, there's this hint of melancholy in it as well. But it adds this level of tragedy to the track. There's a lot of playing. Okay, wait. Oh wow. The way it just kind of like ends with a just a single melody line, right? It's the same melody line that is used throughout the song. But I know some of you have mentioned this. There's this really amazing run that goes up and down and up and down. And it's just like, I feel like that talks a lot about the character that is Verso, where his, I think like, especially like Painted Verso, right? Where, I mean, him living this sort of life, what a roller coaster that must be. Yesterday when we did our live stream, the Let's Play of Clair Obscur, and we find out that Verso ended up, quote unquote, betraying, or at least, betraying the people that he loves, especially Julie, whom he really, really loved, when we heard that journal about Julie. Oh, that heartbreak, man, that heartbreak. Um, let's see. Yeah, we are so. I would not delve too much with that. Alice might just have used random words in that. Yeah. I'm just looking a little bit around here. Long songs with lots of mysterious words I have very little idea about. I know there's going to be a lot of songs. I saw that too as well. So it's going to be interesting because some of these words, of course, they are gibberish, but I feel like they have like some words that are kind of like connected to the French language as well and kind of combined with Latin. So we'll kind of like get into that later on. Oh, that's very probably true, but I enjoy trying to find the possible roots and linguistic, if at all. Exactly that. Exactly what I'm saying. Even if you speak gibberish, you still take inspiration from languages you speak most of the time. Exactly that. Exactly that. So, yeah. How's everybody feeling about that verso theme? What do you guys think of it? Like, what is your feeling when you hear that? It's just, yeah, I just, it's so tragic. I can't help but feel really sad for Verso. Because, I mean, yes, he does end up wanting to, go against I do feel the fatigue of it. Yeah. Well, yeah, when you think about it, there's a lot of runs going on and it's kind of like treading on and on and on. And, it's like this heavy weight that Verso seems to be carrying, his practically like for more than a lifetime, I'd say. Like when you think about a lifetime is about, 70, 80, 90 years maybe. And he's been there for a long time. So yeah, I love this track. This is a really good way to start off the mood of Act 2, especially since we get introduced to Verso in a very tragic way because Gustav, our boy, dies. The way they massacred my boy, Gustav. Oh, no. By the way, the first time you hear in the game is when Gustav and Lune are dragged in the manor and you see the back of a man, which is Verso. Yes. It keeps on going, but there is weight to it that slowly gets heavier and heavier. Yeah. And then when you go towards the end and there's just this one melody, and you hear like, especially with the suspended notes, like, I wish I could have shown this on the piano, but audio decided to mess everything up. But, yeah, like the way you have just this kind of like the melody that like there was this chord that was kind of like set. And then you have this melody that's just this high-pitched melody that's just kind of going on, but it feels like weak and treading. And it's, yeah, this is basically how it feels. Like, and this is such a great representation for Verso. So, yeah, I'm really liking this so far. What a great way to set the soundtrack, Act 2. All right, let's move on to the next track, guys. Oh, hello. Great to catch this live. God, the music in this game is just phenomenal. Lorian did such an incredible job on every single track. I agree. And the soundtrack is so versatile. So versatile in mixing many genres, and from acoustic, piano, and guitar to orchestral renditions with choir, as well as oh gosh, what am I thinking? Like even EDM style. Oh, okay. Is that better, guys? I think that should be better. All right. Let's move on to the next track, which is Forgotten Battlefield. All right, let's move on to Forgotten Battlefield then. Cemetery's Boat. glad to hear it hasn't buffered. That's really amazing. Okay, that's why. That is... Oh, okay. All right. This is already... We're already... My gosh. When I hear this track, right? The way the strings just kind of like set this sort of... It's this sort of like crescendo of strings. Like almost kind of, I don't remember what's the exact name for these playing styles for strings. Almost kind of like tremolo, but like this sort of like very fast, like crescendo. Yeah. And again, there's sort of this sort of like very distant feeling to it. And it adds even more tragedy to it because of the way we have a lot of like minor keys that are playing, or like I'm pretty sure this track is like in a minor key or something. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of Aline, but I couldn't really, I didn't really easily pick up on that. There could have been, but I think I should pay more attention to it. But we also had not only the strings, but we had a little bit of some reed instruments going on. I couldn't tell if it was like a clarinet or like not an oboe. It might be a clarinet actually. Might have been a clarinet. And then it's kind of like it ends with kind of like a violin or something like that. I think might have been a viola, in fact. It's really, really super fascinating. Hold on. Let me just go a little bit. There we go. You hear that? And then here we have... What kind of instrument is that? Was that like I'm trying to see. This kind of like deep sounding instrument. It's almost kind of like a... I can't really tell what it is. Uh-oh. Are we having issues again? Yeah, your ears are definitely enjoying, I guess. Quick question, guys. Are you having buffering issues again? Oh, hey, long reach around. Long time no see. How you doing? Hope you're doing okay. Here I'm getting some buffering again. That's happening with OBS, I think. Oh, I really have to figure out what's going on with OBS. If you look in the description, there should be credits for all the instruments used, and that's a good point. The only thing is that this is the whole soundtrack, so that means I would have to look up the tracks individually on YouTube, and I feel like that might be a little bit OBS might be a little bit annoyed with that, since it's kind of like struggling a little bit. I'm getting error messages from OBS. For the equipment that... Thank you, much appreciated. Had a short buffer a couple of minutes ago, but seems to be fine now. Okay, all right. Okay, so yeah, that's why I'm a little bit hesitating to. It's really annoying, and I'm so sorry about this, guys. Like, oh yeah, so the name of the track, yeah, thank you for that. It's called Forgotten Battlefield Cemetery's Boat. Cemetery's Boat. If you can look that up, that would be really amazing. That means that would be less work on my computer. So I have been well, thank you. Unable to catch live streams, but I still watch. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So, Rage Quasar, let me know when you have a list of instrumentalists. I'm really sorry about this guy. I feel like I should be the one doing this, but my computer is being annoying right now. Hence the reason why I need to invest in equipment. And therefore, thank you so much, Long Reach Around, for your donation. I really, really appreciate that. This will help in investing in the equipment that I need to have very smooth streaming. So, like, there's a reason why I'm streaming from the PS5 through a game capture and not on my computer. So, Sorry's jar is going. Oh, we're doing that again. We're doing that again. We're doing that again. Okay, I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to apologize. Okay, in any case, let's keep going with the next track, okay? While we wait for Rage Quasar to find the more information about the... Oh, just Reach? Okay, gotcha. Thanks again, Reach. Really appreciated. Let's move on with the next track then. So this one is Forgotten Battlefield, Lueur déclinante. Lueur déclinante. That means the fading, dimming light. Yeah, I feel like it might have been... Yeah. This is so beautiful. This is really, really beautiful. So, so for this track, a couple of things that I've picked up. You know, most of the time we have, again, strings and strings being kind of like overlapping with each other, like a bunch of strings, right? I think I hear also kind of like, I'm not sure if it's like a viola or cello. I wish we had our filled somewhere here as well, who's a cello player. But it kind of like overlaps between on top of each other. So it gives this sort of kind of like very it's really amazing, you know, like because when you add that extra reverb on the strings and you stop playing, it sort of like overlaps and it's just so amazing to hear. But we also at some point we had a piano playing a melody in the background. And I'm wondering if it's not Verso's theme that's playing in the background, but I could be mistaken. Let's just kind of like very quickly go back. Here. Is it here? Might have been a little bit earlier. No, wait, hold on. I missed it. I'm trying to see where it is. Ah. Wait, is that it? I don't know where it is. There was this one segment where you hear a little bit of that piano playing. It was a melody, and I think and it sounded familiar. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. Am I the only one who picked up on that? Let's just go back. Let's just find it quickly. Let's just go from the start, really. Yeah, here this really... It's a mix between strings and then like a synthesizer. Kind of like a pad, a synth pad. It might be in the middle, yeah. And then here, we hear another kind of like a reed instrument. Or... I feel like it might be like reed instruments, almost like an oboe or a clarinet. Can't tell. Like some violin strings and almost like... Ah, there we go, there we go. Listen. Did you guys hear that? It appears once and not again. Am I the only one? I can't tell whose theme that is. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't. It does. Hold on. Because I feel like it feels kind of weird that this piano melody is only there and not anywhere else in the song. It only appears once and never again. I wonder if there's something to this melody. Dum 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 dum. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Anyway, but it's that faint electric piano sounds like it's a watery cave. Watery cave. Could it be a reference to probably just some notes to atmosphere? Yeah, maybe it could be. Clair Obscur. Ah, could it be that? I don't know. Oh, Clair Obscur. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not singing this correctly. But yeah, no, I find it interesting. It could be maybe just like piano to add atmosphere. It's always nice to add a little bit of this sort of echoey, reverb-like piano in the background to add this sort of like, kind of like a memory to it. You know, like for me, it feels like, you know, when you add this kind of like this piano melody with so much reverb in the background, and it's still distinct, but kind of more in the background, it really kind of like feels like a memory. So it's not Au Clair Obscur only goes down a pitch. That's what I thought as well. This one goes back up. Exactly. Yeah, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I love to kind of like see if I can pick something up and connect it to themes of characters and settings. So anyway, we can go and move on to the next track, if you guys are up for it. Almost feels like the start of Gustav for some reason to me. Maybe not, huh? It's really hard. Maybe it might be just like to add atmosphere. I don't know. Oh yeah, lueur déclinante. For those who don't know, in French it means fading glow, I believe. A lueur is like a glow, and déclinante is like kind of like fading, basically. Yeah, mostly atmospheric, but it's a great track. It's really a great track. I'm really enjoying this a lot. Very atmospheric. And it just really adds that heaviness when you're in the like that forgotten battlefield zone. Over the Fallen is the next one. Yeah, setting sun. Good point. Oh. Harpsichord, thank you. The choir and the piano. Oh, yeah. Hey there. Ooh, okay. Wow, I love this. I only remember it vaguely because it's been so long, and I remember Forgotten Battlefield. I didn't spend so much time there. I just basically dashed through it, I would say, but only because the enemies were so strong. And I think we were all still kind of recovering from Gustav's death, basically. So, yeah, exactly. Now, here's the interesting thing, because if I'm not mistaken, like, because we have basically, yeah, you are still in mourning, and I find it interesting that you bring this up, Gustave de Lumière, of course, because when you say the piano cello counterpoint, it feels like there's this kind of like, because we have said that Gustave sort of is represented as a cello and Verso as a piano. So meaning, is there maybe a reason why there's this counterpoint between cello and piano here? Is this track trying to say something with the use of these two instruments when you think about the context, the representations of these instruments? And yeah, the Bridge of Death. Rush through until the Bridge of Death, yeah. And I agree with the percussion. Now, what I love so much as well with this track is that it's the string instruments that are giving this sort of percussive feel to it. They're not doing mainly percussion. They're not doing percussion with their instrument, I think, but there is some percussive instrument in the background. I feel like it's got, I'm not entirely sure what kind of percussion it is in the background, but it's kind of like doubling what the cello or like what the strings are playing. So dum 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 dum, and it's got this very impending looming danger to it that you can feel, and which is why it fits it fits so well as a battle track. Let me just go a little bit back, because like there are some really, really interesting things. There we go. You see, like the cello, I think maybe there might be cello, or I think it's cello. I don't know if it's like contrabass as well, but probably most likely cello. And you hear like dum 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 dum, and the fact that the percussion is synchronized with the movements of that cello, while the other strings are doing their kind of like very kind of like melancholic melody in the background. It's just like so beautiful, very, very beautifully composed. Wait, yes. Yes, exactly. So it's really kind of like this mix between like the really adding sort of this percussion, tonal as well, as you say, Gustav. It's really, really, it's so funny calling you Gustav like that. I'm just like, oh, my boy, Gustav, I miss you so. Oh, the game massacred my boy. Gustav, the good boy. But yeah, man, I feel like in one of my upcoming live streams, I have to go back to the Forgotten Battlefield. I feel like I've missed a lot in the Forgotten Battlefield. So yeah, definitely have to get back. There we go, with the piano. And you see, like, I think this is the part where it's interesting, where the cello and the piano playing the same melody at the same time. And kind of like Verso is coming in, I don't want to say to replace Gustav, but kind of like taking over where Gustav kind of like left off basically. So really kind of like taking over a little bit Gustav's role, almost, It's kind of like, it's really, really, really interesting to make this sort of analogy. And then here again with the cello, kind of like still thinking about Gustav. He stole your aura, yeah. And then the piano is like, and then with the cello. And then in the background you have like the really, really, and the percussion is really, I feel like it's kind of like a brush that is used on a like a kind of like a surface, like that, you know. I know that like some drummers, they have these sort of brushes that they use when they kind of like drummers, yeah, drummers basically, they have these sort of like metal brushes, and that sort of gives this sort of like like that, this sort of kind of like it's really such a cool effect with that you can do with drum playing. So most people got the Verso tutorial when this track was playing. Yes, that is really cool. It's so cool. Oh yeah, and then we're back, like, yeah. No, this is such a great track. I have to get back to that place and then listen. It almost sounds like the cello is mournful, but the piano is sort of pretending to be with the minor notes while mainly trying to keep things exactly. The fact that it has this sort of dun 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 dun, and then yes, kind of like the keep on going sort of pattern, you know, like it's kind of like leading up to something, right? And then yes, you have the cello just playing its very tragic melodies, and it's just like, ah, Gustav, my boy, my boy. Sounds like the brushed skin from a drum head, not brushes like a jazz drummer would use. Yeah, there we go. It's probably, it might be a brushed skin actually, maybe. Like, but for me, it really kind of like sounds like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm less familiar with some of the more orchestral percussive, like very specific percussive instruments, you know, but my boy, yeah, I'll always say my boy, but yeah, that's why I'm kind of like thinking like, yeah, it's so cool to see how percussive instruments are used, you know, orchestral percussive instruments. OST is so good. I agree. I so agree on this. Okay, now we have Divided Swords, I believe. Yeah. This is so good. Yes. Tubular bells. Timpanis. Oh! There we go. We have from TV. Oh, before it was that. Oh, we'll get back to that. Bit of breathing in the fight now, then hard again. Yeah. Oh. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're back. We're back. Wow, what the heck? This is so good. By the way, at some point in this song, there was a segment from Lumière, actually. I think it was that? Yeah, Lumière, I think. There was a variation of linen and cotton in there, I think. That's possible. I have to re-listen to Linen and Cotton at this point. But it is so good. It is so good. I love the mix. Okay, so we have a lot of these sort of taiko drums in the background. Really kind of like intense taiko drums. And there's like this sort of music software that I use called Contact Libraries from Native Instruments. It's kind of like one of the go-to virtual instrument libraries for composers out there, especially when you're starting out. And they have this software called like something strikes or something like that. And it's basically this library of like taiko percussion, like taiko patterns, basically, that you press on a key here and it plays you this drum pattern, basically. And that's basically what I heard right here with the da 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 da. Really, the taiko instruments, like I can't remember the name right now, but action strikes. There we go. And that is something that I use a lot in some of my compositions for like orchestral compositions as well. Da, 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 because it has this sort of driving sort of feeling, especially when you're fighting and all that. I also adored that recurring droning sound motif. You hear it a lot in a lot of the harder fights, including duelists in a bit too. To me, it signifies danger. Absolutely. That's the motif that you're talking about is the one with, is it the string motif, or are you talking more about the choir motif? Because we've got a couple of motifs that are playing here. Like, let me see. Oh yeah, and that's definitely kind of like the brass in the background. Like, I think it might be a trombone, like a trombone section, basically. Duelist might be next. I'm not surprised. It's hard to explain, and I never figured out exactly what the instrument playing it was. Some kind of brass. I think it might be some trombone section. Oftentimes when you work in again, example as a composer, when you work with sample libraries, right? You have some that are kind of like a single instrument, you know, single brass instrument, or you have a whole section of brass instruments. And I believe, no, you know what? it might not be trombone, it might be French horn. French horn is very often used in epic music and cinematic compositions to have this sort of like, basically here, let me see. I think it was French horn, but it was way before then. It was really kind of like, no, 9, you close. 9, don't do that. Ah, there we go. French horn. I believe it's French horn, the brass that you're hearing in the background. French horn section. So in a brass, a whole bunch of brass instruments, like typically what you hear, trumpets, trombones, and French horns, and occasionally tuba. And then there's also potentially there's also another brass instrument that is very unusual called the cimbasso. And that is something that, you know, is also used sometimes in some of those orchestral arrangements. When we organized the World of Warcraft concerts in Switzerland, we specifically asked for a cimbasso player to be included in that orchestral concert. So I can't really like it. It looks like a big tuba, but it's kind of like almost like a French horn trombone sound. It's really fascinating. So yeah. Okay, I think I've said quite a lot about this track, but guys, really don't hesitate to add your thoughts in the comments in the live stream. I always love reading them and then kind of like discussing what you guys feel or think about these tracks. So let's move forward because maybe Gustav is right, and the next track might be... Which track? Yes, it's Dualist. Okay, we need to change the layout because right now we need to go... Okay, let's go a little bit back. We're going to listen to Dualist, the next one. All of our favorite... why is this looking like this? My dear, my friend, you do not... There we go. Go down. There we go. There we go. Let's listen to Dualist. All right, Victor, glad to hear you have your translation ready. We are doing this.
Victor
music box. Okay, there is a lot to unpack here, guys, and I want us to first tackle the lyrics. Victor, are you still in the chat? Because here's probably a good time to hear your input, like that. Okay, Renoir breaks, fractured, yeah, and Renoir removed. Well, here's the thing that I'm wondering, because if we read it in the French way, Renoir brisa, meaning like Renoir broke and Renoir took or took away. This is basically how I understand this part. Renoir removed, yeah, take away basically. The number 2, no matter, okay. Is this Latin, the second part? Tanvae luvana. No matter the youth, no matter the one, no matter the light, no matter who. Would be really interesting if that's... Okay. Shattered pictos and light. Shattered chroma and light. Sail to lumiere. Sail to the dark. Nice. Or sail to the light and sail to the dark. Or navigating through the light and navigating through the dark. That's what it could also mean, I feel. Yeah, kind of like shattered, like éclata. I mean, éclata can mean so many things. It can also mean shattered, but also kind of like shattering in an explosive way, you know? Or like, yeah, éclaté, exploding almost, kind of like. Picto and lumi and chroma and lumi, chroma and light. It's really, really, really cool. And now the Malanova, that's something I wanted to know if it means anything. New evil veil of the continent. Yeah, because terra is earth or ground. Terre, like in French. New evil veil of the continent. When you say veil, do you mean like V-E-I-L or V-A-L-E? Because I'm not sure what veil means. Well, yeah, mal is evil in French, exactly. That's why when I read this Malanova, new evil, makes sense. Okay, so how many tomorrows, how many? Inoedake, asane, inoedake. That's, is that also Latin? Oh, vale as in valley. Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Let's see. How many tomorrows, how many? Oh, it's talking about a cycle. It's talking about the cycle of like how long whatever is going on, whether it's the conflict between Renoir and Aline, or whether it's like how long will this go on, basically, this whole world lie, that's this canvas that's been, how long will it go, basically. This is really amazing. Aline osa, Aline dared, and imprisoned and fused. Now that's talking, aren't we talking about how she est de son esprit perdra? So how she basically imprisoned also Renoir, right? Beneath, or something like that. What was it? Or how she just basically kept this going, kept, trying to keep this canvas alive, and still kind of like sinking into this madness, actually dying in the process, like actually killing herself in the process. Well, kind of like, as the saying goes. But I'm not fully sure. Malanova might be Latin meaning new evils. Yeah. Yeah. The tomorrow thing, I'm the least sure about it was what I got from Occitan. Someone on Reddit also found some meaning in Japanese regarding painting. So, yes, you know what? Because I did think that it had some kind of like Japanese sort of connotation to it as well in the linguistics, right? Inoue dake. That for me, it sounds Japanese. To be honest with you, it's kind of like a gibberish sort of Japanese. But asane inoue dake, inoue dake, inoue dake. Could be, could be. Veil also has a meaning in Latin. It's a salute, like a formal hello. Oh, kind of like hail the new evil, or what was it? Malanova, hail the new continent, the new earth, or something like that. I've seen a couple of people bring up the similarity to the Occitan invented whatever. It actually is parts and Japanese. Personally, I would completely disregard those connections. Okay, lots of repetitions after last two paragraphs. Who shall live, shall see, save her. The stars save her. Who shall live, shall see, save her. Your star, Mael, will survive. Yeah. A lot of languages evolve completely independently and sound very similar, like Hawaiian and the Scandinavian countries. That's really true. But I feel like it's always fascinating to see, like, because like when you're a composer, you compose and you write lyrics with intent. You know, even though it may sound gibberish, there's always an intent for, like, there's like a purpose for these lyrics, you know. So, and I feel like also when you write these lyrics in a gibberish style, yes, you may write them in a way so that it becomes a little bit easier for the vocalist to perform it, but also to kind of like have some sort of root or connection to the languages languages chosen in this songwriting. I don't completely disregard it because it is invented language and the people who did are big fans of Japanese media, so they have snuck in Japanese words. Exactly. That's my feeling as well. I do think that there is always an intent from the composer side, the songwriter's side, to mix Latin or like choosing to mix multiple languages. I feel like that's a really cool way to not only disguise what you want to say, but also to give some very authentic melodic feeling to the song. It's really cool. Where was it? E Picasso tera vlaena. Wait, let me see. Did we get to that part as well? Et Picasso. Let's see. Aline dared chorus. Renoir fracture, Renoir removed. She stole his land. When your sorrow sank into melancholia, cursed in. There we go. Picasso. Okay, Picasso. Okay, I understood Picasso. I was like, we got a Picasso in there? We got a Picasso in this game. She stole his land. When you're, I wonder whose land she stole. I feel like we're talking about the land of Verso because that is Verso's canvas. He created that canvas. Well, I think from what I understand. If I'm, people can correct me if you need it. But quand à peine chavira, that's in French. That's in French. When your sorrow, when your sorrow sinks into melancholia, chavira, c'est chavira. Okay. Danake kala modira, like to curse her, yes, in the moonlight. Asaida luna. Qui vivra verra. Whoever lives, where was it? Who lives will see. There we go. Who shall live shall see. Save her. The stars save her. Lacryma. Lacryma, is that Latin for star? Or Occitan? Who shall live shall see, save her. Your star, Mael, will survive. Oh, your star will survive. It's really, really cool. I love this. Okay, it's interesting how Renoir is mentioned a lot in the duelist fight. Makes me wonder if duelist is meant to be to symbolize Renoir when Clea made him, just like Renoir's accents representing his family. You know what? I get that feeling as well a little bit because duelist is a very kind of like cruel. I want to say kind of like a very tough, maybe even kind of like cruel in the way it fights, but also angry. Like there's this kind of like anger to it, and I did get this sort of like Renoir feeling to it because we know Renoir, has this sort of anger to him as well. Alice, okay, there we go. That's good to hear. Alice participated on the lyrics a lot, I heard, and she was already a bit famous for her covers of Nier Automata and other anime Japan video game songs, so Japanese is expected here. And yeah, she worked a lot with Grissini project, so like a lot of music there, absolutely. So considering how many times Alice has made covers of Final Fantasy stuff, sounds like she put some sort of Japanese sounding stuff too. Yeah, that really makes sense. That really makes sense. In particular for that 2-line vaguely Japanese sounding section. That's what I'm thinking, like the Lakema, Danake, that I don't know, it like feels and sounds Japanese, like these sort of parts. I have actually, part of my family, like my brother, he is married to a Japanese and they have 2 kids and they are half Swiss, half Japanese. So sometimes I kind of, I sometimes spend time with my nieces and they're very, I can hear and pick up on some of the conversations and the way certain words are formed and stuff like that. So I do have a lot of this sort of Japanese feeling to it when I hear this song. But yeah, this is okay. This is basically the lyrics. Kim, all right. So hold on. I'm just reading again, not sure about this one. Someone suggested it was close to the French verb piquer, which is slang for steal. I don't fully agree to it. Wait. Piquer. Where do you see that? You mean Picasso? Ah, Picasso? Really? I mean, she stole his land. It could make sense, I guess. Picasso Terra, yeah. You know what? It could make sense. I really hope that one day we have a master class from Lorient himself, where he can actually, Lorient and Alice for that matter, where they can actually explain how they wrote these songs, what they all mean and stuff like that. This is so, yeah, I'd love to see that happen, honestly. Kemo is star from the Mael Alicia songs. I assume Kema might be the same word with a different twist. Ah. Kim, La Kema, yes. Dokemo and Kemo, yeah. Ah, that could make sense. It is really, really cool. I love this. I love this so much. But okay, so we chatted really about the lyrics, right? And again, guys, chat, can we send some roses to Victor? Because he's always showing up with the translation, and that helps us kind of like analyze the meaning behind this song. So when we kind of like recap on this, and yes, send roses in the chat, please, for Victor, for always doing such an amazing job with helping out with these lyrics as well. So when we recap the song, we're talking about Aline, we're talking about Renoir, we're talking about this fight that's happening between them, but we're also talking about the intent of both of them. We're talking about the fact that Aline is basically descending into madness. And I feel like this is Clair giving her point of view on this whole Aline and Renoir situation. This could be, given the fact that Clair was the one who created Dualist, that might be the interpretation that we take away from this, you know? It's Clair who's saying, Renoir did this, Renoir did that, Aline did this, Aline did that. They basically stole the canvas from Verso and stuff like that, you know, and they're taking it over. I don't know. I feel like that could be, was about to say that it sounds like a very angry, it's definitely a very angry song. And I think this is Clair being very angry and having a huge amount of disdain for her parents, which is really sad when you think about it. But like, I think she was very angry when she created Dualist. Okay, I just want to kind of like really kind of go a little bit back, like this, especially when combined with the lyrics, right? Dualist, the percussion, the strings, it's so amazing. And then we do have this moment of, wait, hold on. Let's just really quickly go back, guys, right? That part. Da 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 da. It's like it's going against the beat again. It's like it kind of like gets you so unexpected. It catches you off guard so unexpectedly. Da 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 da. And this part was, what is it? Inoue dake. That was how many tomorrows, how many? This is Clair saying, how long is this gonna go on? When are you guys done with this? And I feel like the choice of this sort of like against the beat, changing the rhythm right there, while having these sort of lyrics like this, how many tomorrows, how long is this gonna go on? I think this is amazing. This is really amazing. Clair is fucking pissed, guys. It is so cool. It is so cool. You even meet Clair shortly before the fight. Right, that was the woman that was kind of like the shadowy figure, I think, right? Yeah, the fading woman, that was it, yeah. And then Mala Nova, it's like, this is basically Clair going like, okay, I'm creating this creature. It's kind of like a new evil. It's like English word, no, can't speak. Anyway, bottom line, this is really, really so cool. Victor, you make a good point. Enferma refusa. It's true, actually, because there are also some parts of this song where I feel like, it could be also interpreted as that, even though the lyrics come straight from the YouTube video, but as in she imprisoned Renoir and refused to face the truth. Yes, it's true. It's exact. I feel like that could have been it, you know? And then you have this segment right here with the guitar, the piano, and a little bit of that kind of like, almost kind of a Glockenspiel right there. I feel like this part here, this part here, because we have like this, again, this is like Clea's point of view. If we can imagine that, you have the guitar, you have the piano playing, and I feel like it's this moment in which she's angry, and she takes a moment to look back maybe at some good memories, maybe like, or like a moment to breathe or something like that before she gets angry again, like reminiscing almost. See, like in this moment, right? Because we hear the piano right here that is way more prominent, and it has this hint of sadness to it. Like when I hear that, like I kind of like the way I'm imagining it is like Clea has this moment where she's, you know, she takes this, like in the midst of her anger, she takes this moment where she's like breathing, and she's thinking suddenly of Verso and how he, you know, the death of Verso in that moment, you know. And then it sort of like picks up again. And it's sort of like tubular bells. And for me, it has this sort of like, this percussion sounds a little bit like, like a ticking for me. I don't know. And then it builds up. Oh my gosh, it's just so good, so good. Okay, hold on. I'm reading the comments now. Your interpretation of the song hurts because Clea was already a character I deeply feel for. This is making it worse. Yeah, but you see, like, that's why, like, I wish I could be very angry with Clea, but I can't, because I can understand her anger as well, you know? And that's what hurts the most, you know? Like, you can vilify a character, you know, but it always, like, I don't know. You know your character is well written if you feel something for Clea as well, if you can sympathize with her actions, with her intentions. I would be more inclined to believe the official lyrics personally, though they aren't 100% infallible. I have noticed a mistake or two in other songs, maybe. No, you're completely right, because I have noticed the same mistakes in some of their songs too, where the lyrics were not written correctly, actually. So, so you're not the only one. I think we also can include Maya's point of view. She is in a dark place, mentally speaking, right now. Right before the fight, Maya says she's tired of seeing death That's true. That's true. It's the Reacher area theme. Oh, the Reacher area. Not related to the music, but regarding the Verso art, I wonder if that's the moment where he was betrayed by Julie and the other expeditioners. Oh, you know what? You know what? You know what? You're absolutely right. I think this is exactly it. Oh my God. Because I was wondering why I noticed it now. Verso has so many knives, has so many swords in him. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 that we see. 4 of them. He's like, you know, this sort of like, you know, this toy where, you know, like there's like a barrel and there's a character in it, and you have these sort of knives or swords, and you can poke it in, and the goal is like to poke in as much as possible, and once the guy pops out, that's when you lose the game, basically. Did I just compare Verso to that? Oh no! Sorry. Peak Pirate, yeah, that was it. This is so... No, Verso. Man, I feel sorry for all the characters, man. Okay. Okay, now we go. Let's see. Well, if it isn't where he killed her, it is where he buried... Oh, no. I'm not sure, but do we see this Verso in one of Maya's nightmares? Or am I mistaken? Yes, that nightmare is the massacre. Wait, the massacre of the expeditioners, the expeditioners, like the old expeditioners, I believe, right? Hope you're ready to look at the art and rethink about Pic Pirate for... Oh no, Victor, no, don't tell me that, don't tell me that. The fact that yeah, Pic Pirate, I did compare Verso to Pic Pirate. I'm sorry, Verso. I remember clearly Julie in one of those nightmares. Can't remember if there is also V. I have to see. Why don't I remember? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to replay the whole game at some point. There we go. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to rewatch or replay. I really have to. Because I really vaguely remember the Miles Nightmare. I have to rewatch, really. Or replay, at least. Okay, let's move on to the next song. Redbirds and... Okay, the next one is Okay, it's Forgotten Battlefield. Redbirds are tied to the ground. this, oh my gosh, this sounded so good. Because throughout the song, like what I really enjoyed are the ethnic instruments, the percussive, the like the some of the kind of like the flutes that you can kind of hear. Well, flutes. It's like really this kind. It does sound like breathing, and I was just about to get to that. At some point, this whole song sounds like you're going on this sort of like uphill climb journey, like in this sort of kind of like steep slope. Let's just say that. And when you walk up a steep slope, one of the things that you'll notice is like you're breathing, like steep slope in a forest. Let's just say that. Okay. And also when you walk uphill and your blood is pumping, right? And so in the track, at some point, you hear this sort of like this beat. And for me, it sounds like the heartbeat of this blood that's pumping in your body, basically. And it combines with this sort of like the tiredness that you feel like you're now in this kind of like this area which feels very relaxing and peaceful, but there's still this sort of this tension, this sort of feeling of like is it maybe kind of like your maybe you just got out of a big fight, or maybe you're still grieving. It's this sort of like this feeling as you're going uphill. It's just like, man, it's like, it's really, really amazing. Let's see. Yes. Okay. And scowling. Pre-funeral. This is like, yeah, this is the clearly, you're kind of like heading towards somewhere. And your heart is kind of like beating because it's like, it's very physical. There's a little bit of the strain going on. You're heading towards somewhere. And then suddenly it just stops. And we all know the next part for sure. Let me just read the comments before the next track. After defeating the boss on the way to the tree, this melody plays. Getting tissues ready. Yes. I have a bit of a theory regarding what the title means, but it's a little hard to explain. Well, I'd like to hear your theory. A tranquil haven filled with magnificent trees. Yeah. I think the red leaves refer to the chroma that the Lumerians turn into when they gommage, and them being tied to the ground is because they were killed by nevrons. By nevrons, their chroma remains inside. Yes. That is, red birds are tied to the ground. Huh. But here in this case, we're talking about birds. Is it really called red birds, actually? I mean, I definitely think, like... there's definitely some connection. And I did think of that with the red birds when... I mean, the red part, at least. Yeah. The red birds, at least, kind of like thinking about the at least, when you gommage and there's the petals that remain, basically. And then being tied to the ground... Yeah, I had leaves on the mind because of the forest setting. Yeah, I hear you on that. But yeah, it definitely feels like this sort of like the Lumerians, basically, or at least what happens with what's left of the Lumerians, the expeditioners. That's and the chroma that's basically left. Like, okay. Hey, Kaku Freaks, you're just in time for a very, very tragic... I believe the next track is going to be a very, very emotional one, so... I have tissues over there, so I guess we'll be ready for that. Okay, guys. Ready? Let's start the new track. Lost Voice. roses in the chat, guys. For Gustav, for Sophie. I just realized this is the same track that they used in the gommage scene at the start of the game. And I was wondering why it wasn't in Act 1. Ah, and now it makes sense. Oh, man. When Alice duport-percier goes high up in that note, that's the part that gets me, that basically pushes the tear out of my eye. I wish I could gommage. Yes, I wish I could gommage my tears away as well. Oh yeah, definitely. Hey Andromeda, good to see you. Good to see you too. Ah, every time. This is like the part that always gets to me. Hold on a second, guys. Tissues! Oh man, every time, this part, every time. Whew. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, no, like when we break down this part, right? It's a mix between the cello and then Alice's voice, so crystal clear, just like hitting those high notes. It's like, oh man, oh man. Yeah, this song, Lost Voice. It's the Gamache song, exactly. Every time, every time. Alice's voice is just so amazing. Oh man. Yeah, you definitely came at the sad part, Delta Roi. This, I find it interesting that the first time we hear this in the gommage scene, there's only one vocal line in this part, but there's a second, deeper one in the soundtrack version. That's true. That's why. Okay. You were the best father and brother I've ever had for our boy Gustav. Man, man. That's the first track Lorient sent to Alice when he asked her to work on the... No way. Seriously? That was the first track? Well, you know what? You know what? That was probably the best track to send to her because... yeah, I'm curious what her reaction was. I'm curious what her reaction was to this track. Or at least, like, I'm pretty sure there were some placeholder vocals, like, with, like, done with the sampled libraries. And probably, when she recorded her vocal lines and sent it back to Lorient, probably Lorient went like, probably, I would say. Oh, I came and I see crying. Yeah, you came at the perfect time, basically. By the way, in the prologue before Lost Voices Renoir theme is played, probably hinting the fact that he is the one really gommaging people. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi, Ishidakura. Good to see you. Do you like baguette with mustard? I do like baguette. I don't think I've ever had baguette with... Well, I think I had baguette sandwiches with mustard for sure, so... Every time a song makes me cry, I think of Lorient and Alice behind a window with the sicko t-shirt going, ha ha ha, yes, like in that one me. Yes, Choco, it's Lost Voice. What kills me the most is seeing Sophie closing her eyes. The original song for Gommage was going to be Lumière s'éteint, but they changed it for Lost Voice because the other one was too niche experimental. That's... Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Standful should partner with a tissue company. When you buy the game, it comes with a pack of 2 plies. Yeah, I agree. No placeholder vocals if it's in the Combini interview. Well, what I mean to say by placeholder vocals, I meant more along the lines of like having was there not even like a sampled instrument, you know, like a choir voice or like a basically when you write music, right? And you work with a vocalist, you normally send in like with that kind of like a melody guideline basically. So what I meant to say placeholder vocal was really kind of like something like just what we call like a MIDI file with that melody line. And then the singer hears it and then she records over it, like she records over it along the backing track basically, or the project file, the music project file. I think it was the right decision. That's when he asked her to compose the vocal. Ah, she composed the vocal line. She composed the vocal line. It makes sense considering the lyrics of Lumière S'éteint. I agree too. I think the idea of terribly sad scene accompanied with slam poetry would have turned a lot of people off yeah. Ocean, did you see an interview with all of this? That's really interesting. But maybe Fabrice, can you confirm that Alice wrote the vocal line and not Lorient? Because if that's the case, chapeau to Alice, because she managed to bring out so many emotions to all of us. It was part of the Alex Mukala. Oh my gosh, yes. By the way, guys, Alex Mukala is such an amazing guy. I've met him a couple of times, actually. Really, really cool dude. Really, really cool dude. Well, a couple of times. I think 1 or 2 times. And we actually sort of kind of like collaborated on a project that he worked on called the, what was it? The We Channel theme. Like it was this sort of like this internet jamming where he kind of led it, and he was recruiting vocalists at the time, and I joined in. And okay, Lorient said it himself. That interview is awesome. I have to watch that interview. Like the reason why I've been avoiding interviews in general is because I didn't want to get spoiled from the game. Alice is mentioned as vocal composer in titles at the end of the game. Yeah. So vocal composer, got it. I'll have to check that out too. Yeah. Okay, let's listen to, you know what? I want to hear Lost Voice one more time, and I'm going to add like an extra commentary to it. Because the reason why, like, okay, there we go. I really want to... The string, the piano, and then... Oh, that vibrato right there. And good point about the violin being Renoir. And then Gustave. Sorry, I'm... Oh, those strings section. Can I just say, the fact that we have this violin playing, and because people are hinting at Renoir, I can't help but think, what was it that Renoir said? This is an act of kindness, not cruelty, or something like that? Yeah, we're definitely going to be streaming Carbot, but anyway, I let's get back to this. That higher note there. And then the high string, it's like kind of clutching at your heart already. And now, oh, that part, the chills. Man, Lost Voice is probably one of the saddest themes that, like in recent memory, where that moves me constantly to tears. Oh, oh, Gustav Dead music. Come on. Oh, Gustav, I'm here. Alice, saddest ooh ever. Sophie, I know, I know. This violin is taking my heart away from my body. Gustav, that scene is so well directed. I agree. The mention of cello is interesting because this song is only ever played in the context of a loss involving Gustav. First Gustav to Sophie, then us to Gustav. The mocap actors were allowed to listen to this track when they did the gommage scene. Good, good, because I think that really contributed to the delivery of how well they delivered in that scene. And then again at his grave in the monolith. Tu sais que j'ai fait une photo de ce moment avec le gommage? Ah bon, tu l'as fait ça aussi? The masterpiece of grief, yeah. Incredible how she can say so much without a single word. Exactly. C'est la photographie de mon exposition de Clair Obscur. Ah! Ah, mais attends, c'est pas toi, Willy! C'est bien toi, je pense, hein? Confirme si c'est toi, Willy, hein? Et si c'est le cas, volontiers que je parle un petit peu de ce que tu fais, toi. First time seeing the cutscene, I was like, kiss her, and then telling him, and him telling her where I'm here, and her just answering, I know, killed me. Voila! Okay, guys. Okay, so we have a very special person in the chat here. His name is Willy. He goes by Ishidakura here. But Willy is a photographer. He is specifically, actually, je peux t'envoyer la photo pour que tu la montres à ton chat ici. Ah oui, ben volontiers du coup. Je ferai ça un peu plus tard aujourd'hui, mais très volontiers. So Willy here is, he's a photographer under the name of Willy Studio. And he and I, we've collaborated in the past. He was, he photographs a lot of concert events that my company and I organize. And specifically, he was the guy responsible for running the World of Warcraft photo booth at the concerts in Switzerland here. So basically, fans showed up, and then they could take a picture with the World of Warcraft backdrop, and they could have like some of the World of Warcraft props. They could actually take pictures with a professional cosplayer that was there as well, kind of like dressed up as one of the orcs from World of Warcraft. So, and he's a good friend of mine, and he also does these cosplay photo exhibitions. And from what I'm seeing here, I'm not sure if that's the case, but Willy, you confirm it to me. But I'm off to work. Have a great stream. Oh, thank you. I will definitely let you guys know about the Carbot reaction for next week. I'll have to pick a day, but I'll let you guys know, okay? But what I'm trying to say is Willy is an incredible photographer, and if you can, please follow him on, let me just quickly, I'm going to put his Instagram page there. Really fantastic cosplay photographer. Willy Studio, his name is. And if I'm not mistaken, Willy might have an exhibition planned around Clair Obscur. So please go check him out. There we go. You can follow him here in any case. Trop hâte du concert WoW à Lyon en mai. Ah, merci. Very good. I'm happy to hearing that you're going to be there. I'm going to also be there as well. So in Lyon as well as in Paris, I would be excited to meet fellow World of Warcraft fans there. So anyway, this was a quick kind of plug for Willy. He's a really good friend, and he works really hard, so he deserves a lot of attention too. So anyway, let us go on with the next track. Monaco's Station, Ma's First Snow. Aline's theme is again here. Ooh, that modulation. Very haunting. Sorry, I was eating a cucumber. Anyway, so what's really interesting about this part here, right, is we do have a mix between two different themes that are kind of like interweaving with each other. There is no melodic indication of either of those themes, but it's the chord structure that is very prominent there, especially like the Aline chord structure that you could hear in the beginning. Hey, Raja, good to see you, my friend. How are you? No worries. We're only an hour and a half into the live stream because we had some technical difficulties. So, yes, I enjoy my food. Thank you. That's kind of like my combination between late lunch and snack, I guess. Healthy snack. So, yeah, so it's really, really, really interesting how it all kind of like weaves together. And we have this sort of, again, like this sort of the use of instruments they have here is kind of like almost like a mallet, like a vibraphone, or and then some strings. There's also this kind of like that part, dum, dum, dum. That's a very, very classical music sort of transition right there, which I find really interesting. I don't remember exactly which classical composer, but like it's kind of like classical music code right there in this sort of segment. There we go here. Modulation, and then that, and then there we go. So really kind of like it's really fascinating to hear some of that classical music code in a composition like that. Really, really well done for Lorient to integrate that into this track. And this sort of kind of like progression, it feels like something that is often used to indicate kind of like a sense of wonder as well. Wonder and awe, I feel. So And also like modulations. I love when they modulate tracks like that. It's so cool. It's this sudden shift, like the whole kind of like chord structure sort of shifts because like the pitch has changed or something like that. It's just really, really cool. Did I say Aline? Aline and I hear like Aline and Alicia. Like listen to the beginning. Let's just quickly go back to the beginning, right, guys? Let's just hear that. It feels a little bit more like Aline for here. And then that modulation part as well. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely got more of an Aline feel right at that moment. But actually, hold on. Wait a second. Sorry. Hold on. Nope. This part is Aline-like theme. But then, this part here... Yes. This is really cool. This is really cool. They really kind of like try to mix both Aline and Alicia's theme right there. Alicia! It's interesting that in the game we talked to Ciel about this being her first time seeing snow, but the song is about Maël. No lyrics, so it's not a huge deal, just curious. I wonder. But it is so cool. I love this. I love that we can pick up on these things. That's definitely Alicia. Verso and Maël talk to each other at camp. Yeah. Oh, but this is so great. Oh. Okay, yeah. It's definitely Alina and Aline and Alicia kind of like mixing up in there as well. It's so cool. But yeah. I really love this. We got Alicia wee, but there is no Alicia woo. True. Okay, let's do this track. Still do this track, and then we're gonna take a little bit of a break, guys. Okay? You guys okay with that? Oh, there we go. Follow the steps of Monaco. That's what it's called, Monaco Station. Now, this is really fascinating because the instrumentation here is a mix between the piano and some of these kind of like almost like a glockenspiel, but it definitely emulates this sort of crystal like sound, right? Something that we associate with, you know, ice and snow. And it's like also kind of like the very kind of like high pitched, and it also kind of like feels very soft, you know, kind of like snow. Very clear, very pure, like snow. But definitely with this sort of beat that we have in the background, that's indicating this sort of movement, like heading towards something again, this sort of like this drive going somewhere. That's what I was thinking. I was about to say the ooh, the ooh. I was trying to think, okay, I heard the ooh, that ooh back then. There we go. This is Aline again. Aline's theme. The ooh from the beginning of the theme. Very cool. I will never join you again. There will be a lot of fighting though. Yeah, and this sort of like crystal-like. Definitely some sort of like glockenspiel, I'd say. Combined with the piano, this interplaying between the two. Is it a clock? Or maybe it's more of a music box sounding. It's really, really cool. It's a very beautiful track. Yeah. The cavern RPG level. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, guys, we are 30 minutes into the soundtrack. We still have a lot to go, but we are kind of like around 2 hours into the live stream. So what I propose is that right now we take a 15-minute break, and we be back here in 15 minutes to resume the next part of the live stream. I don't know why you show up right now, but thank you. Although you're kind of late, I guess, but the donation was done like 10 minutes ago. Why are you doing this on Anyway, guys, let's pick up in 15 minutes. We take a break, and I'll just kind of like go refreshing a little bit, and I'll see you guys in 15 minutes, okay? Be right back. Bye. All right, chat. We are back. We are back from our break, and we're gonna pick up where we left off with me first reading the track, the chat. Is this the grandest? Okay, wait, hold on. All sounds good. All right. Okay. Time for tea and chocolate treat. Yes. Speaking of treats, I do have a treat of my own, which I'll be having some during the live stream. It's going to be a long stream, as Gustav has mentioned. This will be track 71 out of 120. All right, welcome back, guys. Let us pick up where we left off with the next track, which is the next one. Grandest Domain, yes. That definitely gestural influence right there. Oh, could have been Cleo's motif. Oh, Thilda, welcome. That is really cool. Wait, did we pick up multiple character themes in this segment? Simon's Divergent Star theme is the sound that plays right as you approach Simon. That is true. Shows up in a lot of places. And also Clea's motif, from what I understand as well. This is... Oh, Lorion was cooking! He was really cooking, guys. Oh my gosh. You know, this is something I love. When you're a composer, right? And the more time you're given, the more you can play around with the soundtrack. And you can find ways to integrate the character themes in different tracks and themes and zone music of the whole game. And clearly, now my question here is, why did we hear... I'm trying to picture the setting, right? Why do we hear... Clea and Simon's theme here? Is there like an intent? I might be wrong about Clair's motif. It sounded very similar, but I'm not sure. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. I feel like I have to listen to Clair's theme and then re-listen to this in order to confirm whether or not there's Clair's theme in there. But if we have Simon's motif, like I wonder, what's the intent of Monaco is Simon. Monaco. Wait, you're joking, right? You're joking, right? I don't know that it is Simon's theme per se, just an effect used in his theme. Oh, you mean what was it? You said the kind of like the synthy sound effect, right? Yeah, that's just a joke. Where else does that motif play? I can't remember. Yes. Haha. Aside Simon. Yeah, okay, good. Gustav is Simon. No, stop it. Already the fact that Simon's background apparently is also pretty tragic. So well, I don't really know much yet. I'm hoping to find more out as soon as we beat him. But no, I really like this as well. Like, okay, that synth, that kind of synth you hear. I wonder. Huh. Interesting. Perhaps it's just an indication that there's a painter's influence at play. It might have been a leftover remnant of an older version of the area. Maybe Clair and Simon were meant to be connected, but that was cut and the music stayed the same. It could also be that, Of course, like when it comes to soundtrack development and stuff like. Now, here's the thing, though. Technically, I mean, it's not always the case, but sometimes it's true that normally during game development, normally that's when the music is also kind of like being worked on. You're given like illustrations and stuff, and you need to come up with a music. You're given also the story, the context. But sometimes that comes after the area and the zones have been developed. For me, it would make less sense to start writing the music while the zone is being developed. I don't know. Maybe it's just no. What am I saying? No. It depends. Mishmash of things, actually, come to think of it. Sometimes zones are developed at the same time as the music is being written. But for me, it always makes more sense that first the zone has to be completed, or the area, or the character, something like that. And then you let the composer know, okay, this is how the area looks like and stuff like that. And then he gets to work, basically. But anyway, that's just me. It showed up in a couple of tracks on Act 1 disc. Can't recall exactly what though. No, it's further back. Toward the middle. Okay, wait, toward the middle. Okay, let's just go a little bit back then. This. Is this what you're talking about, Gustav? Something similar happens in Déchire la Toile. One of the lyrics, Noah Mura, is in reference to Gustav's name being Noah in the beta version of the game. Right there, couple of secs back. Okay. That. You know what? This segment is also used in Une vie à t'aimer in the beginning, I think. Yeah, Yeah, I definitely think that some of these effects are kind of like reused, repurposed in other tracks. And I do think I've heard it also in the beginning of Une vie à t'aimer. Or at least this sort of part here. That part gets reused in Une vie. I think seems a little bit. I think it sounds a little bit similar to Une vie à t'aimer, the beginning, just before the singing starts. Can confirm the Noah bit. Okay, that's good. You have to remember this is a very close knit team. Lorient was part of the team the whole way through the game while the game was being made, not when everything was done and needed orchestrating. Okay. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Makes really sense, actually. Yes, but I'm referring to the synth in the foreground. Yeah, the one that do like that, right? The do like that, I think it was, right? But okay, yeah, Rage Quasar, you're right on that point. It's true that Lorient was part of the core team from the start. So it does make sense that he was writing the music as the zones were being developed. Yeah, I guess for me, I think like probably the cinematics, the cut scenes. That's the part. Well, usually you want to have something that is complete and all that before you hand it off to the composer so that he can score the scene. But yeah, do we know if Victor yeah, Victor will ever go on tour? It would be disappointing if he did not, since he was a major reason some of the soundtracks were so liked. So let me just quickly comment on that. I don't speak for him. I don't know him, but I remember seeing an interview with him and Marco Meatball. And what I believe is that I believe Vector mentioned that that he has a hard time imagining himself singing that song in the live scene because this is something that you can only reproduce in the recording booth, you know, because his way of singing is very particular, and if not done correctly, could actually be very damaging to your vocal cords. So, and you have a better chance of succeeding in doing that in a vocal booth because I would imagine Victor Borba had to do multiple takes for this for Une vie à t'aimer. So personally, it would be amazing if he could perform live. I would love to see him perform live. I'm just a little bit worried how he's gonna manage doing that live. It's really not easy to sing that part. He is basically belting in a range that goes beyond what the this is kind of like vocal terms and all that, but like, you know, when you speak, this is your chest voice. When Alice Duport-Percier sings in the higher notes, that's the head voice, right? Victor Borba goes high up there, but he does it in his chest voice. And that is really not easy, and in fact dangerous for anyone's vocal cords who don't really know how to do it right. So knowing that there's a lot of these concerts happening for the Clair Obscur, like the tour and all that, I'm just a little bit worried that if not prepared right, it could be really dangerous for his vocal cords. Let's see. But I would love to see him. Not gonna lie, I would love to see him, but he would probably have to change the vocal segments. And he would probably have to sing it differently. So, right. I think Lorient was like the 5th person hired or so. Makes sense. Borba does not do tours, sadly. For the concert tour, another singer has been hired. Anyway, Mickey Mars is doing... Yeah, Mickey Mars is the one who sings live. And he does really amazingly. And I'm just going to quickly comment on this. Because I feel like the Video Game Awards did not do that Une vie à t'aimer performance justice. Because the mixing was not done... The live stream mixing was not done well, I think. Because people who have attended the Video Game Awards and saw the performance, they said it was spectacular and it sounded great. But in the live stream, I don't know. I feel like it's the same thing with like the Gamescom as well. For some reason, whenever they do live mixing, they don't do such a spectacular job. And I get it. It's not an easy thing to do, especially in the live stream context of things. But still, it's... yeah, right? The live Une Vie à T'aimer is very specifically produced track. It's surprising, to be honest, that they even attempted it at the Game Awards, and the male vocalist has to completely rewrite the male vocal. That too. Also, Victor is not a full-time singer. Music is a side job for him. Agreed. He was amazing at the concert in Paris, and I believe that. I really believe that. The Video Awards version was yeah, we agree, right? The live mixing was so bad, but there are audience recordings that sound a lot better. And this is the part that I really, really want to emphasize on. Une Vie à T'aimer, I imagine, and I really can picture it, is going to sound really amazing live, but you need a good live mixing engineer. So, and sadly, I feel like the Video Game Awards did not fully do that justice. Like, I loved seeing Lorient really kind of like letting it shred on the guitar. He was like fully enjoying it himself on it, you know, like, and this is something that always happens on the live video game music scene. It really does happen a lot, that live mixing is sometimes not done so well. My band member from Jiggy Tones, the band leader, Ben Zimmerman, really good friend of mine, band leader, amazing guy. His mixing, his mixing skills are pretty spectacular. And every time we do a performance, we make sure that everything is recorded. Everything, like vocals, instruments, and stuff like that. And then he does the mixing afterwards. But he even told me, like, live mixing is really, really not easy to do. So yeah. But I cannot wait to see him again in May. I'm excited for you, though. I remember Mickey's first short video of Une Vie à T'aimer. It was very amazing. So Spanish sound, but also very thrilling. Well, to be fair, when Victor sings, he has a bit of an accent as well. So it's might be also the kind of like the Hispanic or Portuguese accent that we pick up on there as well. So, but and Mickey also being of Spanish descent as well, like, it makes sense. It makes sense. Anyway, enough of this Une Vie à T'aimer. Let's move on to the next track, okay? Let's see. There we go. In fairness, his French pronunciation is incredible for being a non-French speaker. True. Monaco Station Isis Caves. Does feel like a cave. There's droning sound. Oh, that it? Yeah, that it. So that was very, very simple. And again, this reminds me a lot of again, the Zora's Domain in the ice, when it's all kind of like iced up. Zora's Domain in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. The kind of like the crystalline sound. That's what it always reminds me of. Like, I don't know, like a lot of these Ocarina of Time tracks, they're so ingrained in my memory, my earliest memories of video game music. It's so, yeah. Let me read the comments now. Yeah, Victor Borba is Canadian, and the fact that he did have to learn French from scratch, but from the um, not in the Quebec in any case. Just realized Grandes Domain and Grandes Refuge are different tracks. Do we know the difference between Grandes and Gestrels lore-wise? I've always wondered. You know what? Good point. I've always wondered that as well, because I don't know so much about like. You know what? That's exactly it. Gestrels fight, Grandes debate. You know. Actually, come to think of it, again, it always has these sort of themes that date back to the French Revolution. No? Like we talk about these great big debates that happened, the l'époque des Lumières, the era of the Lumière, the Enlightenment, and how artists and philosophers, they would meet up in these sort of little cafes or speakeasies to talk about their ideas and stuff, likely tied to writers and painters. That's what I'm thinking, you know. That's exactly what to some extent, that's what I'm thinking. Just the overall idea that writers, painters, then all kind of like dating back to this, it was l'époque des Lumières or something like that. My French history is pretty bad though, but I know less about it than I'm pretty sure you guys in the chat. Yeah. Anyway, nice throwbacks, callbacks to certain themes. Let's continue on. Ooh. This is a very cool track, I agree. When Snow Cries. It is so atmospheric. This is amazing. Very long track. It's a very beautiful track. Oh, it is 9 minutes, that's why. I was wondering, huh? Text is next. Okay, good. Sort of There we go, it's swelling down. Yeah, we're reaching... It's very interesting, this track. And just the way it fades out. So just to kind of like come back to this track, it is a very long track, but I feel like the way it builds up on it, it takes its time with building up the emotions, with building up this sort of intense feelings that are being communicated and conveyed by the instruments, you know, with the strings doing the I think Philda must be somewhere in the chat. I believe I've seen them talking about some very specific bowing techniques, which I think are really, really cool. Philda, if you're still in the chat, if you have any kind of like insights on certain bowing technique, what do you call this sort of technique that sounds like a tremolo, like like that? Is it a tremolo, or does it have like a very specific name to it? Um, because like I feel like already the fact that like the other day when we did our listening live stream, Philly here, for those who don't know, is a cellist, from what I understand, or you play the cello, and they've corrected me on a couple of things regarding the cello playing. Certain segments where I thought it was the viola, but actually it was a cello playing in a very, very high note. So if you have any insights on this, Thilda, would be really cool to share. Already the fact that you share about some metallic sounds on the tremolos can be made with bows on certain angles on parts of the chord. Is this a very complicated technique, or is this something, I mean, complicated? Is this like when you think professionally speaking, is this a very kind of like advanced level string playing, or is this something that can be done, I don't want to say easily, but these are tremolos. Okay, so I was correct. Maybe I'm judging it a bit harshly. I might have been more accepting for it if it had a story or environmental sequence associated with it rather than just exploration. Yeah, I see what you mean, Rage Quasar. Of course, it's of course like an artistic choice of Lorient, and again, this is like it's not for everybody, and some people might feel differently about it, including yourself. So you do have like a very valid reasoning to it. So, but I do find it really fascinating because you can actually feel this buildup happening, but it takes a long time to get to that buildup, and then it kind of just like dies down like that. So the buildup sort of happens, and the climax point is reached, and then it just kind of like fades down again. Now, I want to come back to some of the things I've been reading in the chat, because this is really cool to hear that you guys are discussing this. The gestrals versus grandis. I wholeheartedly agree that gestrals are basically children, or have this kind of like spirit, childish kind of like spirit, you know? Whereas the grandis, they are, you know, they are wise and they have knowledge, and that's why they seem a bit more boring. And I also want to kind of like bounce back to the fact that grandis, yes, they're kind of like more seen as grown up, but also from the point of view of a child, when you see a grown up, they are very tall. When you're a kid and you're constantly looking up at the adults, right? So the fact that the grandis are really these big creatures, that's also a very interesting analogy, like a comparison to make in that case. And it's true that grandis really does come from the term grandir, which means to grow, and grandi in like grandi un peu, or I don't know how you say it in French exactly, but like grow up a little bit. It's like, yeah, grandis. Like, I don't know. It's just like, it's a really, really cool little thing that they did here. You're right. Grandis are adult people, except those in verso drafts with lollipops and candies. Exactly. You know what? And this is something I want to talk about as well. In Verso's drafts, the fact that they have candies and all that stuff, I wonder if this is like, in Verso's drafts, this is basically what Verso wants to see in adults, Hence the term versos drafts, you know? Like they're sketches and they're kind of like something revolving around his own imagination. Everything is happy there, and the ideal kind of like world for a child, it's full of colors, and adults, they play around, they have candies, so you can go to them and ask them for candies and stuff like that, and they'll give them to you. So grandis un peu, basically telling someone to, oh, grow up. Yeah, exactly. So Verso just built his own amusement park with games, candies, and cakes. Yes. Making those sounds is not hard when you don't control the bow when you learn. Making metallic sounds are not controlled, but doing it with a good volume, fading, and all needs control. Okay, so you definitely need to have at least years of experience playing that instrument. So Esquio is a gestural. That's a good question. Well, I mean, I'd say like, you know, and that's the thing that I'm loving about Verso's draft. I'm getting a lot of this sort of Peter Pan feel to it, you know? Like this sort of, this kind of like this Neverland feel, basically. Or was it, I can't remember. Esque is Esque. I think one thing that throws a wrench in that, admittedly very good observation, is that the gesturals also grow to be very tall, but retain that childlike spirit the whole way through. There we go. True. I guess fair point in that. So, Esque is Verso's plush. We see it when we enter his room in the manor. Yes, he is. Man, I need a Esque plush. I really need an Esque plush. But yeah, no, it's yeah. Again, I love to speculate, and if we can like kind of like discuss around that, debate even, that's like also a really cool thing to do. You know, it's always up to everybody's own interpretation, but like this is basically the feeling I get. You know, if you think that that gesturals and grandis are kind of like made from a child's perspective. Like an imaginary friend of Verso. Yeah, exactly. Ah, I love this so much. Okay, guys, let's move on to the next track, because the next track, I think Gustav managed to anticipate that. If I'm not mistaken, the next track, we're going to be doing Tic Tac. There we go. So, let's have a look-see here. And we're going to go on that and go a little bit back. And move on to the next track. I am ready. Love this one too. quickly. I better pause the thing before it's too late. Okay, let us talk about the okay, melody. No, lyrics first. Very quickly, lyrics first. Um there we go. Victor. Victor is always on the case. So, we have Victor who has translated for us. Half moon carries the station, veiling sound covering the horizon, draped or layered in cotton, velvet and bran, fabric of the dead season. Tick tock, turn and turn the hours. So tick tock, turn and turn the hours. Our fears revolve. Défile. Défile. Is it really revolve? I would have imagined more. Anyway, we'll comment on that right after. Bouquet. What was it? At the platform of the ghost trains, velvety rain through the back, delicate interferences, hums of clicking ticks and tocks. Then again, tick tock, tick tock. And then we get to ephemeral infrasound, slow noise lost in the ether, parade of constellations, repetition, eternal track, shards of automation. This really, it really just sounds like it does really sound like a time, like TikTok, basically. Like the it is really go by. Yeah, maybe. I feel like maybe go by sounds probably more accurate. Les heures défilent is an expression to say time flies. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Goes to show that French is not my mother tongue, you know. Ephemeral. Thank you. Rage Quasar. Sorry. Ephemeral. Yeah. With the hands of the clock revolving. Yeah. It definitely has this sort of like time feel to it with the clock. And I'm just trying to think in the context of Monaco's station. We're talking a lot about time. And this kind of like zone, this area. When we think about the context of the story, what are we associating that with? That's what I'm trying to understand, actually. How do you guys associate like this song with? It plays at Frozen Heart. Défile nos peurs. Sounds nearly the same. It could be a play on words for sure. This is Fire and Ice, Frozen Hearts. Frozen Hearts. Okay. I have to remember what we did in Frozen Hearts. For me, it's just a love song for trains and train stations in general. In that sense. But yeah, but why the time aspect? That's the thing that I can't explain it, but I feel an inexplicable connection between this song and Verso as a child. So yeah, so definitely there's the... Okay. Sitting in a train station, looking at the trains go back and forth, looking at the big clocks. Verso likes the trains. We fought the Gargant at the end. Train on his head. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Now come to think of it. Well, the point that Victor makes, well, both Rage Quasar and Victor, about this connecting to Verso's affinity for trains, basically his love for trains, and I would imagine model trains as well, steam trains and stuff like that, but also The fact that we pay attention to the time going by when we're at train stations, that makes a little bit more sense. In French train stations, there are always these huge clocks. I assume, especially at the time the game takes place in, it must be really impressive for a kid. Yeah. It does make you wonder if somebody at Sandfall Interactive had this sort of like this affinity for trains. We got to figure out who at Sandfall Interactive has that affinity for trains, because this has a very this track has a to me has a very personal input that you couldn't come up with unless you've experienced it, unless you have strong and vivid memories as a child regarding trains. I don't know how to explain it as well, but Tic Tac also evokes mechanical sound like the wheels spinning. True, true. Okay, that makes sense. Always, also the connection between a one-way train that is inevitable and the fact that time forever ticks on towards the future. True, true. And like coming to the point where, like in train stations in France, yes, you have these big clocks, but also in Switzerland, we're also known to have these same looking clocks, these very kind of like simplistic ones. It's kind of like part of this sort of train system branding, SBB, CFF. Yeah, so I definitely think of, okay, clocks like that, but for a child to have this sort of impression, not gonna lie, I feel like there's a very big personal input there. Also, roughly at the same period in time, there was a steam train that derailed and pierced through the facade of a Paris station. Only one dead, luckily, but you have actual early photos of it. Montparnasse derailment for those curious. Oh, okay. But still, okay, that's very interesting. So maybe, huh. I really feel like a lot of thought in the context of the song was put into it, because I'm not saying that the other tracks don't have so much thought in it, far from it, but this track is so specific. When you talk about it, it's like a point of view of a child and his love for trains and how he sees trains and stuff like that. It's so specific. Like, does a child work at Sandfall Interactive? Do they have like a child consultant or something like that? Do they have nieces or nephews, children or grandchildren who, well, no, maybe not grandchildren. They're a little bit too, sorry, not grandchildren. Sorry, that's a little bit, sorry. If they started having grandchildren, not gonna lie, I'd be a little bit worried myself. They much older now. Yeah. Sorry about that. No. Yeah, the imagery looks a lot like the Gargan and the area with trains stuck through ice. Yeah. I remember seeing that photo. It's kind of, I have to look up that photo as well. It's really like, I'm really, really fascinated by that. But yeah, when we check out the lyrics, it definitely does have a lot of this sort of kind of like a little bit very a description that is very, how do you call it, like, yeah, it's so specific. I don't know how to explain it really. They would have to be with everyone roughly 20s to 30s. Morning. Good morning, Arrow. Good to see you. We were just doing Tic Tac. Tic Tac, yeah, the song. But let me just quickly go back to the song because we were talking about, someone in the chat mentioned that, I think it was Rage Quasar that mentioned the cannons, which is kind of like a music sequence technique. So basically you play you sing one line and then the line is repeated right afterwards. It's a really, really wonderful sequence that it's so cool to that. And that's what I mean about this soundtrack being so versatile. Lorient really experimented with a lot of the things here, using classical music codes, using like canons, like the music term, you know. They're very fun to perform, exactly. And you know, this is something that is especially prominent in the final verse of this song, this canon sort of. Row your boat, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily. And then yeah, exactly, like row, 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 row. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I really, really love how Lorient was cooking on this music track, and how he collaborated together, how he worked together with Alice on these music tracks. It's so great. It's so great. And you know, like when we think about, I mean, of course, we're thinking about. I remember having a discussion recently with someone who is kind of like somewhat involved in the music, like classical music scene in Switzerland, and they were telling me, oh, you know, like the spectators in the audience members for classical music concerts, they're decreasing a little bit because not enough younger people are going to attend that. And I was telling them, you know, there's actually like a perfect like a compromise or medium, like a way to kind of like bridge the youth with like some of these kind of like classical music, and that is orchestral video game music tracks, you know. Which is why it's like, and I remember telling them, you know, I remember seeing a BBC article about how they made a study of how much, what kind of how youths are now more and more attending classical music concerts because of video game music, and especially orchestral tracks. So yeah, I think it's like, I don't remember the point that I was trying to make with this, but yeah, what I'm trying to say is that Lorient and Alice, they're trying to include some of these classical music codes in these in the soundtrack. And you know, when you expose that to your audience, to your listeners, that's how you can kind of educate them into learning more about the classical or Baroque music scene. It's really, really cool. So, and I feel like that's also one way to kind of like get more the youth to participate in these kind of like orchestral concerts, whether it's video game music or even classical music. You know, it's really cool. It's really cool. Yeah, film soundtracks as well, especially film soundtracks, you know. I've thought of this as more of an echo distortion, where the canon part with Alice is meant to invoke the idea that the person this song is about isn't really around. That's a very interesting interpretation, because yeah, like when the way it's done in I think in music production regarding that segment with the canon like feeling, I think they added this effect, what you call delay, and you can basically time the delay of, or the repeated delay, or how many times it repeats, you know. So you have this sort of like music segment, dun 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 da da dun, and then it repeats again, dun 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 da da dun, and then it gets less and less strong. So Hans Zimmer and John Williams are the typical, but I mean the most well-known and typical Hollywood, yeah, reverb engineering. Very good, exactly that. Hans Zimmer and John Williams are basically the top tier, most referenced film composers out there, but there are far many other film composers out there. I'm thinking like also well, of course Hans Zimmer, but John Williams, where's the other one? His name escapes me. He did some of the Harry Potter music. Mince alors. He did the soundtrack for The Shape of Water. Well, let me see. He works a lot with Howard Shore. Yeah, Howard Shore. Definitely one of the most referenced epic music soundtracks of all time. Desplat! Alexandre Desplat. Thank you so much. Yes, him. Alexandre Desplat. Exactly him. Exactly him. So, and they all have a very unique way of writing their music. John Powell, How to Train Your Dragon. Absolutely. Absolutely. There are so many composers out there, and they have very specific codes written to them, written in the way they compose their music. And it's often associated with the instruments that they started out with. Remember, John Williams is actually, if I remember correctly, he started out as a French horn player. Isn't that, let me see, John Williams' main instrument. As a jazz, well, piano. Why? But I thought I heard him. I thought. Okay, there we go. No. Hold on. He started out as a pianist, right? But he also learned how to play trumpet, trombone, and clarinet. So not French horn, but yeah, close enough. Because it also explains a little bit how he writes some of the brass lines for his music, which is why they're so iconic as well, you know. I just mentioned those because they are my favorite, and John Williams basically wrote my childhood. The feeling is mutual, man. I'd like to nominate Geoff Bush too, who does the soundtrack for Bluey and includes both old classical pieces and phenomenal classical inspired music for the episodes. He does fantastic work. Okay. Wait, Bluey, as in the cartoon Bluey? If you haven't seen it, by the way, I highly recommend it. They have instruments that they swing towards because they know the instrument more intimately and can pull unique sounds from it. John Williams, in my mind, is associated with brass everywhere. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's the feeling that I got, especially. You know, it makes so much sense the way he writes the music, you know. And they are so iconic. They are absolutely iconic. Okay. I think we should move on to the next track if you guys are okay with it. Yep, it is such a good family show. Okay, good to know. I'll definitely I'll definitely be checking out. I'm actually writing his name down. His name is Geoff Bush. Thank you for that suggestion. I always enjoy getting suggestions for composers and stuff like that to add, especially composers that I don't know so well. So. Oh, are we reacting to Clair Obscur? Looks like it. Looks like it. Wait. Ah, Grandis Refuge. Oh! Is that the talking scene with Monaco? Sad sax guy. go. This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. Yeah, the fact that we had like, okay, saxophone, that is definitely Monaco right there. But the flute that was kind of like intermingling as well, I thought that was a very interesting thing to hear as well. And the choir, not gonna lie, I didn't pick up on the choir during those cutscenes either. During those conversations between Verso and Monaco. There, and I did hear the tic-tac as well. I was like, ah, there we go. They played this at the camp, and for some reason we couldn't romance Monaco. You could always imagine it if you want. I mean, technically, guys, they got a bromance going on between Verso and Monaco. Let's not deny it. They did. Yeah. This kind of choir can be brought in via keyboard, but even if they didn't, it's a very subtle, elegant touch. Yeah, no, the choir is definitely, it's for me, it sounds like a sampled library of choir, basically. So there's a bromance. It's a bromance, guys. It's a bromance, you know. I didn't really. So, Rage Quasar, I don't know Une Vie à Rêver well enough, I think, to pick up on that motif. So it'll be very interesting for me to kind of like come back to that. I feel like it's very hard to pick up on motifs when you don't know the theme so well. I mean, of course I know Aline so well. It's played everywhere, you know, and Alicia, Renoir, I don't like Renoir, not as much, but oh my. Lol, the lead writer said we were free to imagine it too. Oh, that's great to hear. They love people who have for their dog romantic love between people. True enough. Yeah. But I really love the sax solo. Like, the saxophone instrument is such an amazing instrument as well. It is so, like, how it conveys, like, this sort of, like, it could be, like, you know, it can go from, like, I don't know, epic sax guy to the very melancholic saxophone player. It's pretty amazing. It is pretty amazing. Une Vie à Rêver is a very packed song. A lot to analyze about it. Good to know. That means I'm gonna have to really be ready for that. All right, let's move on with the next track. Oh. Oh, okay. This is Twirling Voices. Twirling Voices, yeah. Ah, yeah, the Danues battle theme. Ah, yes. Nice, nice. So I'm seeing a little bit in the chat that we have new people. Simeinster, good to see you, buddy. How's it going? No, I haven't beat Simon. We did. I was misled by the chat. I was misled in the sense that I thought there was only one phase. Apparently there are two. Two that I'm aware of, apparently. So yeah, so I beat the first phase, but when it came to the second one, I was like, what? And I was disappointed. Chat, you guys. Yeah. So, yeah, good to see you, Semeinster. So, don't worry, I didn't beat him yet. So, maybe next week if all goes well. And I see also Bill, good to see you. I mean, I think you were there already from, yeah, for a while now, actually. In any case, hi, Bill, as well. Aslao, there we go. Hey, Aslao, good to see you as well. Welcome. I've been listening to the stream, but could not participate in the chat. Can't believe I missed the epic music discussion. Just to add an element, James Horner. Yes, James Horner, R.I.P., man. Yeah. Also has a very distinct style. Like, we did get some really amazing soundtracks from him. Yep, just two. Why we wouldn't hide anything from you, right? Right? He took me a week. What? The usual Simon experience. But that first phase was good. Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty fun though. Like, Yeah, when we bonked him into submission. That's basically the bell dropping on Simon. I love that so much. I did finally beat him 2 weeks ago, but it took me everything and the new Pictos from Versal's draft as well. Didn't farm any Lumina though. I didn't know about Danseuse. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, you learn a lot. You learn a lot, don't you? Like, I learned a lot from my streams thanks to you guys. So, and it's been really fun. It's been really, really fun. Let me just quickly go back to this song because it is such an interesting track. It kind of like combines this percussive kind of like really overlaying vocals and then percussion and bass. And it still has, and it has some chimes to it as well. So it really adds still to this kind of like, you can still feel like this is taking place in Monaco Station because of the crystalline sounds and the icy area. It's really, really so well done, this track, Twirling Voices. A friend of mine made a few attempts and then sat and crunched the numbers for 5 hours to make a build. Really, it's very interesting. It both fits very well with the area, but stands out a lot. I like this one, but really all of them are difficult to dislike. Yeah, I agree on that. There's a lot of like, sort of like, oh, yeah, okay, that was it. There we go, guys! We're doing it! Party, party, party! Let's do it! Just say this track is such a banger of a track. Yo. By the way, guys, who here knows of MAGFest, the American Video Game Music Convention, Music and Games Festival in the States? Because if any of you attended that convention, I swear to God, one person, one fairly well-known, actually very well-known video game musician was there, and he played that theme while there was like a whole bunch of a whole bunch of people in the French kind of costume with the red berets and all that. And there was an Esquier cosplayer as well. And this guy was like playing this on the saxophone. His name is Insane in the Rain. Really, really talented guy. And he was there just and he actually got a music video out, a cover of that track. If you guys go check it out. It is really, really that good. Okay, so I feel like I've spoken a lot, but yes, I saw the Esque cosplay. That is so like, it looked so good. I was like, oh, give me a hug. Well, I wasn't there, but yeah, Insane in the Rain, exactly. Yeah, I'm literally halfway around the world from USA, so no. Yeah, like if anybody here loves video game music, MagFest is the place to go, guys. This place, I've been there twice, and you know, I also performed there twice as well. And you will find everything video game music related. You will find so many performances of video game music, and I'm pretty sure there was a shit ton of Clair Obscur covers. I really like, and see, this is the thing, right? Like, I know a couple of people, like, because of my work with World of Warcraft, I always try to see if I can get some of the composers or some of the people who worked on World of Warcraft to come to MagFest, because it's such a great place, and you know, like, people love video game music, and some of them are huge fans of like Blizzard music as well. And you know, like if you see like people play your music and stuff, it's just like it's such a cool feeling. So he was at the event, and I'll have to see. Hold on. Maybe I can pull up I'm pretty sure there was something posted on Twitter if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I can pull that up very quickly. Insane in the Rain. There we go. Like incredibly talented guy. No. Okay, I couldn't. He did do a cover and he released it online, but let's see. Insane in the Rain. Monaco. Nani? Why can I not find it? Okay, well, I can't find it right now, but I'll be sure to have that link ready and then I can show it to you guys. Like, it's really, really a lot of fun. And you could find his cover, but I will definitely try to see if I can find that live performance that he did. Like, it was so cool to see. Can I recommend video game music? Check out Ion. Some of the best music scores. Hey, you know what? I've heard of Ion. Ion sounds like really, really, really cool. I'll definitely, you know what? I'm jotting that down. Ion soundtrack. I mean, I don't know the game. What kind of game is it? Is it like what kind of game is it? I wonder. Is it also like a MMORPG as well? I think it is, isn't it? Because I'm sure I've heard of it. Kind of like on the same, sort of almost on the same level as like World of Warcraft in terms of found the cover. Permission to post a link? Yes. Can you, I have to just make sure that, let's see. Let me, Rage Quasar, I'm going to add you as moderator. Like that you can, yeah, I'll add you as moderator if that's okay with you. Like that, you're able to add a link, add the link to it. So, yeah, yeah. Normally you should be able to post now. Rage Quasar, let me know if you've posted. Yay! Thank you for being another moderator. Sorry if I passed on that responsibility to you. Oops. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. That's exactly it. It's such a cool, very, very... Do you guys want to see it on this live stream right now? If yes, do let me know. And then I can add another... Let's see. Monaco. Okay, you know what? We're going to check it out together. No, what are you doing? Go down. Was soll denn... Ah! Go. Down, 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 down. Sorry about that. I can't let Ori lose its #1 place in my heart, but Holy Near Automata is so great. Simleinster. Okay, let me take that link and hope that it will... Okay. Uh-oh. What just happened? Okay. Likes the fact of rebroadcasting someone else's YouTube. Okay, hold on. We have... Okay, for some reason my computer sort of almost just froze. Honestly, right now, Honkai Star Rail is going way up in the rankings. That has some absolute bangers. Okay. Yeah. All is good, guys. All is good. I think maybe for now, I'm not going to share that because I don't think my computer can handle multiple browsers at the same time via OBS stream. So I'll keep that in mind though for next time. Sorry. Well, no, hold on. Let's try it. Let's try it. I'm sure it's got to work. It's got to work. Come on. Come on. Stop being annoying about it. No, width. No, width. Width has got to be 920, 1080. Yeah, that's got to do it.
Oral-B weiss, dass alle Zähne eine perfekte und sensible Reinigung verdienen. Der Rundbürstenkopf von Oral-B reinigt dort, wo Handzahnbürsten nicht ankommen. Und
okay, let's ignore that. Let's ignore that. Silly thing. Silly little goose. You go down here. We're not promoting ads. There we go. There we go. Okay, guys, we got it. We got it. Let me just show you very quickly. And if we see this, please remember to go onto that video and leave a like and also leave a comment. It's always appreciated. So. Oh, I'm gonna move my camera, guys. Go, go, insane in the rain. Okay, I'm stopping right there, not because I don't want to see the rest of it, only because I want to encourage you guys to go check the whole thing out for yourselves, to like that video, and to leave a comment. Just because when you work as a video game musician on YouTube, it is... Oops, sorry, I have disappeared. There we go. It is a tough... I wouldn't say it's tough right now. It's actually quite tough right now to be a video game cover musician on YouTube these days. And it makes such a huge difference if you go on that YouTube video and leave a like and leave a comment on it and just say how much you appreciate the work that he does, you know. So please be sure to check that out. The link is in there. And yeah, it is a really cool cover. I highly recommend you guys go check it out in any case. So anyway, so guys, let us move back. Let's get back into soundtracks, if that's okay with this soundtrack here, if that's okay with you guys. Yeah, check it out right after the stream. This guy in general has amazing covers of video game music. He's like the top tier guy out there. So yeah, Gestrels, indeed. We are going to be tackling the next track, which is Gestrels, I would imagine. Let's do this. I'd rather play pétanque. Whoa. See you later, Tilda. Hey, Vivi. This is so cool. I don't even remember that so well. But and then again, like the Gestural Beach stuff, I did very, very little of that, come to think of it. Except that, what was it again? The gestural volleyball where you toss kids with their consent, by the way. Gestural Beach's PTSD. There we go. Aline motif, continuer à t'aimer motif, jump scare. Yeah, there was that as well. Really cool. That's the happiest version of Aline we'll ever get. That's true. It is the volley one, I think. Yes, yes. You can hear the Painter's theme in there as well. Okay, I did not pick up on that. But it's so cool. So cool. But what I find really interesting is the roads that constantly reappears. And I wonder if it has this sort of... did Lorient ever mention that maybe the roads might represent the gestrels, actually? Or not at all? I'm guessing not, but... Continuer à sac à patate. Oh, yes. Yeah. That makes a lot of... Yes. More like continuer à sac à patate. Oh, boy. It is so cool. It is such a cool track. I love this. I would so love to make a cover of that, but like with my guitar, actually. Like, there's so many tracks in there that I'm like, let's see if I can make a cover of that at some point. Yeah. It's so cool. It's really, really cool. I tilted more in a gestural beat than with the bosses, just saying. Yeah, yeah. Um, it is such a cool section. You just don't expect silly side area songs to have important character and story motifs in them. It's true. It's true. It's way too happy to be like related to Aline and Une vie à t'aimer and yeah, perfectionism got to you. No. Sors et fuis. Sors et fuis. Sors et fuis. Anyway, let's move on to the next track, guys. My grandma hits the hardest. It is. Oh, that marimba playing. Oh. Wait a second. Where have I heard that before? Oh, yes! The nod to Crash Bandicoot. That's what I... Okay, yeah. Yes, yes. Oh, this is Halloween. Oh my god. This is basically what I heard. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Wait, no, look, guys. Like, okay, let's... The night before... The Lumiere before Christmas, I guess. Before the 33rd of... Lumiere before 33rd of December. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Oh, the nightmare before Gestural Summer. I think it looks like Persona 3 inside the TV. Oh, okay. Kind of stole that. Yeah. I think this harkens back to Lorient's love of Nintendo music platformers. Yes, yes. And also with the marimba. This is also something that I heard a lot in Donkey Kong 64, actually. The one that Grant Kirkhope composed music for. There's a lot of use of marimbas. Like that as well. It's really, really... cool. Like the arena theme for Donkey Kong. Yes, I like DK64. Yeah. I like that game. Well, I mean, I used to play it a lot with my siblings when we were kids, you know. I mean, man, it was really, really intense. We actually nearly... I'm so sad about this, but together with my band Jiggy Tones, we nearly had the chance to not only, like, we played together with David Wise, who is the composer for Donkey Kong Country, Star Fox Adventures, and other Rareware Interactive Nintendo NES games as well. And we nearly, my band and I, we got the chance to play with David Wise and his band, Video Games Rock. And we nearly had the chance to play with Grant Kirkhope as well, but sadly, because David Wise is a friend of mine, and I know Grant from his work for World of Warcraft, and my band. Well, technically, I reached out to David and asked if he and Grant would be interested in in performing a song with us in Switzerland when they were planned to come over to perform, because we were performing at the same convention. And sadly, Grant could not make it because he had, sadly, he just couldn't make it. But we are still hoping that there will be another occasion for all of us to play together, like my band, Jiggy Tones, and David Wise and Grant Kirkhope's band, together with Kev Bayliss, David Doak, Nigel Atkins, and Philip Jordan, all of whom, I think most of them have worked at Rareware Interactive. David Doak, for example, worked on GoldenEye as a screenplay writer, and also one of the basically his face was used on one of the characters in GoldenEye as well. So, but yeah, I have a whole story about that. Like I said, my band and David Wise's band, we're really closely knit right now. So we're really, really working towards another opportunity to perform together with them. They're really cool guys. Like, if you have the chance to meet David Wise and just even see him perform with his band together with Grant Kirkhope, you guys will have a blast. I promise you that. Anyway, yes, they've written music for a lot of people around here. Like, their music was heard in a lot of you guys' childhood. So anyway, let me read the comments now. Names are obviously gestural themed. I think it's like my grandma hits harder than you do, like if it was a fighting mini game at some point. Yeah, this feels like a Yo Mama game. You guys know, like, Yo Mama? Yeah, so P3 wasn't inside the TV, it was P4. P4 was inside the TV. Yeah, that's true. This is such a hilarious coincidence. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, let's move on to the next song, shall we? Here we go. Oh, that bass line! Oh, saxophone is back. Is it a gestural or volleyball? That saxophone. that bass line is so good. It's so thick and it's so really, really good. Really good. I am PTSD. Wait, is this the track where you have to go all like climb up? Because here it says, is it gestural or a volleyball? Best beach track. Yep. This is the climbing one. I was wrong before. No, the last one was climbing 2, just a short climbing one. Panic at the Verso. I had to laugh at this. Very good job, Victor. Just gotta hop up quickly on this accordion. No! Yeah, okay, I remember that. This specific beach has one of the funniest interactions in the whole game for me. After a while of climbing, you see a gestural and you think you finished. And then, look, and he's pointing. Yes, I agree. This was such a funny part. Not gonna lie, I was just like, we did it! And then he's pointing like, and you're like, huh? Behind you, where there's a lot more climbing. I want Alicia to reach the stars and we'll build a massive accent construction zone to do it. Gesturals, duh, let's just stack furniture. It's both. I'm a Canadian at heart. Yeah, you are. This is so cool. This is really, really cool. But man, these tracks are such bangers. Again, this is such a different style from the gesturals, you know? Like, the whole soundtrack is so many areas are so different, so many styles. EDM, beach party music. It's crazy to me. Like, clearly, Lorient had so much fun with this soundtrack. Or, worked a lot, but had a lot of fun. The music for the beaches is so underrated. Yeah. This, we should basically put this in our summer playlist and crank up that volume when it plays. Monaco's voice actor is a true comedian. His performance was impeccable. Yes. Yeah, I remember the, please help me. It's so good. Well, you heard the Obscur track too. Last gameplay live. Yes, I did. It is really, like, I'm having, like, not gonna lie, whenever I'm very focused on fighting, I don't pay so much attention to the track unless I have time to listen to it while I'm fighting, you know? So that means when he's not attacking me and I don't have to parry it. So I'll definitely be listening a lot more to that. I'm actually hesitating to stream again tomorrow, but still kind of debating. I might. We'll see. Oh yeah, there will be a lot of fighting though scene was improvised between the two actors and was funny enough to be kept in the game, really. And next for something completely different, Yellow Harvest. Oh, is that the one with let's see. Okay, numbers wait, hold on. Numbers the hours. Okay. All right. Completely different track. Okay, no, there are some lyrics. I wonder, do I have some lyrics with those? Let me check quickly. I spent so much time trying to... Ah, yeah. Well, these are the lyrics, guys. These are the lyrics. Feast your eyes on the lyrics. Soya Maena. That's it. Okay, it's fairly straightforward. I honestly don't think we're gonna need the lyrics right now, so it's but I'll come back to this right after. So let's listen. Okay, this one's really, really interesting because we do, like, as mentioned, and I know, Victor, you said you didn't really have so much on this, only for the fact that Maena is apparently grieving sorrowful in Latin. But Lua Inora, that's, I wonder, could that mean something? Okay, let's see. Lua Inora. Let's try this. No, it doesn't mean anything. I can't find anything. But no, there's not a lot to say because I agree that the lyrics do not make much sense for me, but the grieving and sorrowful part makes sense. But I find it interesting. Bill Rapar here has mentioned that Yellow Harvest, Falling Leaves, and Crimson Forest are all optional areas and seem specifically juxtaposed to Spring Meadows. All symbolize the dusk of the canvas. That is a very, very interesting thing to see. So, and of course the orchestration here, like the strings, man, like the strings here. And can we just agree, like here, I don't know, like this music is giving me a lot of like sort of Final Fantasy vibes as well. Final Fantasy, or almost kind of like Nier Automata. So it's a really kind of like a Japanese composer influence here, with the mix of like the brass with the strings. Dun, 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 dun. The cello, the bass in the lower. Dun, 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 dun. And then with that part, for example, that's a very, very typical thing that I hear a lot in Final Fantasy, these sort of like transitions like that. Gustav, you have a tendency to say Yellow Harvest. I think you mean Yellow Forest, right? It's directly next to the Justrals. It is where Ciel wakes up after the beach, yeah. Those places mentioned by Bill are all places that are separated from the continent, right? Oh, it is Harvest in the game. Okay, so it is Harvest. Okay, apologies. My mistake. No, the area in the game is in fact called Yellow Harvest. Okay, so wait, you were correcting yourself on... Okay, no, it is. Did they change the name? Could have swore it was... Yeah, it's Harvest. Yeah, okay, you were right. It's weird that the soundtracks... You know what? I just realized, yeah, Yellow Forest here, but Yellow Harvest. The track list shows Yellow Forest, so in OST it's Forest. Yeah, Don't Really Wakes Up. I got the feeling she just legged it from the beach and was ashamed of that. Wait, what? I'm missing out on something. Ah, okay. Maybe a soundtrack for Forest then. Yeah, it is strange. But yeah, lots of kind of like JRPG sort of composition going on right there. Because it's really composed in a very specific way where they have this sort of like you brought it up, like this positioning of these like string instruments and brass instruments, and kind of like with the chord structure and the modulation that happens towards the end. It's really, really, really cool. Yeah. Okay, next one. Again. Honey and Clay Works. Same lyrics. yeah, it's probably it is an exploration theme. Yes. A lot of mallets are used here. Vibraphones, glockenspiel. Is it is real. Oh, this is really amazing. Like, I love, again here, and I think I mentioned it during the game, I got a lot of this sort of like Ghibli vibes from this track when we heard it in the zone, in the exploration zone. Especially like the use of so many mallets that are combined and played simultaneously. Um, like, you know, you hear also like vibraphones and glockenspiel combined together to give this sort of like very kind of like really wonderful feeling. And there is the use of kind of like percussion that also again gives this sort of like exploration sort of vibes. You're kind of like walking like this sort of like rhythm to walk sort of. Okay, let me just read some of the. Yeah. Aslaw says, it also feels like the previous song, numbers of hours in the battle was sped up a bit comparing to the. Really? Okay, this is something I did not really pick up on. But now that you mention it, I'm probably gonna. I would have to check that out as well. During the beach cutscene, you can see that Ciel was the first to get a move on. While everyone was stunned, she was already halfway into a run. Yeah. I guess it is strange that she said ended up, as if she was at the beach, then in the forest. Every one of them was taken out at the beach, not sure how she got there. Well, I mean, we know that, wasn't it Eskie who's... No, wait, I don't know. I don't know, actually. This reminds me of Eskie's nest a bit. It does, huh? Yeah, a little bit of that crystalline sort of sound effect we got. She looked really ashamed and awkward, so that is the reason for this wording, I think, especially considering her fatalistic disposition. Although I guess Leo made it out so did Gustav and Lune. Yeah. Eskie saved her 6 years prior. That's why I kind of like I went back on what I was just saying. It doesn't make sense that Eskie wasn't the one that saved her, or yeah, he had nothing to do with what happened at the beach. All right, let's move on to the next track. Nightfall. Again, Yellow Harvest. And it feels more... These tracks all feel very pensive and contemplative, you know? Like as if you're reflecting on a lot of things. And there's this calmness that goes with it. It's a very beautiful. Is that a theme I hear? And then again, that modulation right there. In this area, you meet Verso's remnant, and he attributes nevrons to his sister. Huh. This is the one that plays at camp in a cutscene. It sounds like Lumiere theme was in there. Wait, let's go back there. Wait, hold on. Right here. This is... That's the chord structure of... Wait, hold on. I can't put my finger on it. I know this chord structure. It's from one of the songs in the game, but I can't remember which one. But because I was hesitating between Aline, between Une vie à t'aimer. Could it be Une vie à t'aimer? No. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's... Oh, is it Alicia? Let me just go back. It could be. I mean, I'm not sure. Not gonna lie, I'm not sure. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think L'amour d'une mère comes towards the end. Yes. You know what? It might be that. Let's keep this in mind. Rage Quasar, because I think you might be right. Because it feels very intentional that there's this segment here, and I think it refers to one very important theme in the game. So, it is a very beautiful, beautiful music, beautiful track. Oh, Nightfall is so great. Okay, let's move on to the next track. Falling Leaves, Noko's Route. Fallen Shoko, you might be right. Maybe there might be some Lumiere motifs in the previous track. Have I been? I don't think so. Ah, yeah, you do. Okay, actually, you do. Oh. Ah, I love those ethnic percussions. So mystical. It's also like, it sounds like you're about to unlock something, like a mystery. Nokos root. That's not a part where he dies, right? Here as well in Yellow Harvest, you find the only differing way expeditioners have died. Turn into amber. Oh wait, the yellow Harvest, that's where it was. I remember that area so well. Is that Verso's theme? No, whose theme is that again? Ah. Variation of Alicia's, yeah. L'amour d'une mère also, apparently. So good. Oops. Yeah, I love how we're just picking up on these different themes like that. But yeah, I don't know L'amour d'une mère so well. Again, some of this is like kind of like blind listening. You know, I haven't listened to this whole soundtrack. So I'm kind of like discovering and rediscovering with you guys as well. Yeah. But it's so good. I love the use of these ethnic instruments because it had, like I said, it gives this sort of mystical feeling and mystery to it. This area has some lore related to the story. And that's it. Yes, this area I remember because like I was kind of like surprised to see like the whole amber sort of how some of these characters just remained in amber, basically. It was very unusual for me. So I should definitely return there because I don't think I've actually fully explored and completed that area. This is not a happy area, like, at all. I can imagine. If people are turned to amber, then I'm sure there's a pretty gruesome story to it. All right, let's move on to... Oh, Falling Leaves Cave. It's got a very scary sort of vibe to it. Yes, I remember that cave. It is like very kind of like it sets the mood so well as well. Like the just using kind of like soundscapes to basically set the mood. Really, really, really very creepy sort of feeling for me. Definitely the cave with the gestural merchant in it. I remember that. I think at least 2 expeditions finished their journey in that area. Poor them. In this area, gestural merchant is not in a cave. Oh wait, hold on. Am I mixing things up? I just remember going into this cave, and there was a gestural merchant on top of like this sort of area. Kind of like it felt like a maze, basically, going through that area. Probably not the same area that I was thinking about. Okay, Aslau, well, L'amour d'une mère is the last track of Act 2 OST, so we'll have to wait until midnight. Yeah, I'll try to be fast a little bit. Sinister Cave, Dead Gestural. Oh, Sinister Cave. Did I go there? I can't remember. But in any case, let's move on with the next track, shall we? Amber and Sap. There we go. Yes, it's Falling Leaves, Amber and Sap. Yeah, the whisper part. Is this the place where we see the lady in amber upside down? They're very subtle. Yeah, I just picked up on that too. Let's see. I'm just thinking, okay, so TW, what does that stand for? I don't know what it stands for. TW. Oh, The Witcher 3. Oh, you know what? The Witcher. Of course. Yeah, of course. Sorry, I didn't pick up on the TW. I was like, huh? Because, anyway. All right. Yeah. I didn't pick up on that. Hold on. Can I just quickly... Well, that was the end. But yeah, I can get the Witcher vibes a little bit. Although for me, it's hard to associate that with The Witcher 3. But maybe the track that you're talking about, I have to listen to it, because when I think of The Witcher 3, I think of Percival. Basically, I think of Marcin and his very kind of like very medieval style compositions. For one specific, way shorter than it should be in that section. Yeah. All right, well, let's go for the next one. Autumn's Brush. Oh, that's a fighting sequence. Oh, okay. Ah, this is good. That is really good. The piano, wow. That is incredible cello playing. Oh. It is so good. The swelling. Well, swelling, more like. Oh, wow. This is such a great track. Wow. This is a battle track, right? Yeah, the cello section, it is wow. That cello section, holy crap. Like that segment with the cello, it is amazing. Bada, 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 bada. Like, phew, wow. And then when they combine the piano, like this sort of like leading piano playing, and then in contrast to the percussion drum beat in the background, it was like dun 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 dun. Well, let me see. I feel like I just missed something. For once, okay. I think Shoko is referring to the quest, not the track. Yeah, it's for the area boss, the scavenger, never on key on collecting expeditioner armbands. The track has a similar vibe to the music in Witcher during that quest. Ah, okay, all right. Sorry for the mix-up then. My only real gripe with Witcher 3 is the fact that the whole world ends if you decide not to flip a bench in a cutscene. Flip a bench? Which one was that? Well, yeah. To be fair, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. Now I know what you mean. Reminds me of a battle track in Versal's Draft. Ooh, well, in Versal's Draft, the music also over there, it's pretty stellar. Not gonna lie, really, really good. Oh, but man, I really, really loved Autumn's Brush. Really, really cool. River Dreams. Oh, Sacred River. Is that where the Gestrels are reborn? It is really dreamy. Interesting. I wonder. Can I just say, I find it interesting. I feel like maybe I'm again reading in a little bit too much into this, but there is a sequence where you start with Aline's theme, like towards the end, right? Right around here. Aline's theme. And then it changes into another theme. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like sometimes, and you know, I do that sometimes when I write, when I compose orchestral tracks for, and none of them like some. I'm kind of like working on a concept album, like an epic music concept album. And what I try to do is sometimes I try to integrate multiple themes, but not like the full theme, just like, you know, segments of it, right? So I take the first part of one character theme, and then for a second character, I take that character's theme and I integrate it as well, but like not the whole thing. And I feel like I'm wondering if there's something similar being done here, where you have Aline's theme, then you have another person's theme, and then something else as well. But maybe I'm too much reading into this. It did sound like Aline in the beginning, but again, maybe I'm just speculating, like speculating. Was taking the opportunity of the instrumentals to doodle while listening to the stream. Ah, thank you. Okay, Victor, the time has come. The time has come. So let me quickly bring up the lyrics. I need to quickly set this correctly, because the next one is, no. Déchire la toile. Yes, this one's a good one. This one's a real good one. Let's do this then. Okay. Okay, are we ready, chat? Hold on a second. I finally understood the lyrics. This is basically what happens at the end of Clair Obscur. They told the ending. Okay, let's break this down. Victor, are you ready? Ah, there we go. Aline I, eternity, dirle, Nora Tovla, to nourish, to dream, to forget, to match, copy, to forget. Still a dream, she nourishes, putting aside everything, reincarnated forever, she dreams. Verso will tear up the canvas. Mild sadness will go on. Know it. That's where I understood. Will die. Alicia will tear up the canvas. Renoir fractured. Alina leaves. Selfishly led. Renoir helped, but will always lose his son. Verso. Wait, hold on. What's the verso d'année? Maël. Verso d'année. Wait, hold on. Verso d'année. Is it Verso's dream? Verso d'année, by any chance? Yeah, 5 got... Yeah. I think Verso d'année might be Verso's dream. Maël... she nourishes. Eternity and Lumiere. Something. Dane is still again. Okay, Dane is still again. Verso still again. Maël. Okay. Which I interpreted as Verso always forever. Okay. Verso will tear up the canvas. Miles' sadness will go on. Love shall live on. Alicia will tear up the canvas. Renoir will cry. Renoir cried, basically. Verso always forever. Aline has imprisoned. Dane is again. Okay. Yeah. Which okay. More or less Dane. Yeah, I was thinking because Dane sounds like condamné and like damned, basically. I will always lose his son Verso again. Translation stream, yay. I mean, he will, Renoir. I've always seen Dane translated as condemned, damned in other translations. That's why when I said Dane, for me, it really sounds like damned. You know, that's true. There is always a play on words with damned, damned. Yeah. Okay, so for me, the reason I think this kind of like hit hard at the moment because like when I read this, you know, verso based, it's again verso versus Mael, what they want to do with the canvas, you know, and if yeah. There's no 100% translation, and I think it is intended to be this way, especially noticeable in CD3. Yeah. Thing is, then it also appears in Alicia Mael, so there is a relatively close translation. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. I'm just, yeah. Of course, I'm just thinking of like that. I think that final line, verso va déchirer le canevas, that's in French. Mael tristesse dura, Mael sadness will go on. Love will live on. Alicia will tear up the canvas. Renoir cries or cried. Yeah, will cry, basically. Verso, again, Alina, yeah. Man, this song is so beautiful. But of course, it hits you pretty hard, you know. Yeah, because depending on who you choose, whose path you choose, you know, whether it's verso, painted verso, or Mael or Alicia, yeah, either the love lives on, or Renoir cries, or something like that, you know. So okay, yeah, let's listen a little bit to the music as well, because analyze a little bit the music. And it's just yeah. Yeah, basically here it's the way I understand this part is like basically if Mael goes on with moves forward with that decision that she ends up doing what she wants, basically that breaks Renoir, basically, you know. It's yeah, I'm reading Victor your experience at a convention. The fact that this performer skipped the chorus, it's good that she did that. I think it's a great time to bring up that 3-note piano motif is everywhere in the soundtrack. It's here, and it's in Alicia's, it's in Renoir's, and it just keeps showing up if you're looking. Which three-note piano motif? Wait. Also applies to both painted Renoir and real-life Renoir. Both will always lose their son and cry, yeah. Hey Jason, good to see you. I'm doing Everybody, just want to give a huge shout out to Jason here because Jason took care of adding the timestamps to the last live stream. Jason, that would be really, really amazing. Not gonna lie, I feel like I've tried to do that myself, but at the end I was always so tired. Like at the end of a live stream, believe me, I was really dead. I could try, but guys, can we send some flowers and some love to Jason here? Like he basically watched the whole previous live stream and he timestamped everything so that everybody can kind of like see where the songs we reacted to and analyzed. So really, really amazing work. Thank you so much. Huh? Oh, thanks. I'd be happy to do so. I've got tricks for making it fast. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, timestamps are an incredible resource. Oh, that's... Thank you, Jason. Ah, the piano comes at the start. Okay, can I just go back to listen to that? Because... Ah, that part. Ah, that one. Oh, not this? It's not this. It's the... Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Okay, yes, yes. Okay, now I see. Ah, okay. It's true that I have noticed that in a few. It's all good. It's all good. No, thanks for letting me know about this. This is really, really cool. The ta-da-da stream. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, I'd say we're gonna do one more song and then we take a 15-minute break. How does that sound for you guys? I think we can do that. One more song and then a 15-minute break. Or do you guys want to take a break now? Very first note you hear before Alicia starts. It shows up in many places across the whole soundtrack, sort of a signifier for the family, I think. Yeah, of the Descendre family. Oh! Descendre. Well, no, that's me reading too much into it. Because, you know, the notes, they do descendre. They do go down. I don't know, like I said. I think... okay. Let's do one more. And then we'll take a break right after... Wait, no. What no? What's the next one? And Mai also like part of the family because she's... No, I don't think you're reading too much into it. Okay. Yeah, I always like to see things, and if they're real or not, then that's really up to... It's up to everyone's own interpretation. Descendre and of cinders. Yeah. That's why like ding, ding, ding. I don't know. Yeah, these three notes, the ta-da-da, seem like from Alicia theme to Vla. It's wordplay. I mean, it's probably not a big thing, but the descendre thing going down in tone is a nice touch. I feel like it would be really a nice touch, but again, I feel like I'm reading too much into it, and it must be so coincidental. So, But who knows? Tell you what, guys, maybe I'll take that break right now. We take a 15-minute break, and then we can pick up right after with the next song, if that's okay with you guys, okay? We're already like almost like an hour and a half into the soundtrack, and we still have 2 hours. We'll get through all of this. We'll get through all of this tonight. So I believe so. All right, guys. Thank you. Let's take that 15-minute break right now, and we'll be back at 45 for me. Okay? All right. See you guys soon. Bye-bye. All right, chat. We are back. So, how's everybody doing? You guys hanging in there? This is a long, long stream, and we still have quite a bit to go. So, how's chat doing? How are you guys doing? Yeah, we're slowly. Okay, so Oh, yeah, I'm seeing here in the chat. Great. Wait, hold on. Well, I just checked, and it's not exactly the same interval between the Tarata and the Soika and Tuvla from Alicia's theme. The difference is that... Oh, are you guys chatting about... How many more hours? Well, to be very honest with you, Saria, I do think that we're going to be at this for a while. Like right now, my time, it's 7:45, more or less. And we've got around, let me check, a little bit more than half the left. Yeah. We're gonna be at this for a little for as long as it takes, you know. I really, really want us to finish this soundtrack. So if it means going a little bit past midnight for me, which is in like 5 hours or something like that, then so be it. This will be a long live stream, so but it's to be expected since we're taking the time to analyze these tracks as well. So I also just want to quickly add I'm reading your comments, everyone, especially regarding Lorient and you know, the fact that he was so this is the thing. This is, I think, and I'm gonna just quickly put the camera back on me. This is the thing I think Lorient is very lucky to have. Lorient was able to profit from time that he had available and being immersed, fully immersed in that world, basically. Sometimes for some, you know, composers, when you're not an in-house composer, when you're a contracted composer, you don't get to have that much time and that many means to dedicate to writing music, you know. I think of, you know, like some composers, they can compose a track within like, I don't know, like 2 hours and have it already, you know, sent off for mixing and stuff like that. But they will always kind of lack the context. They will lack the fact of not being fully immersed in the world building, in the development of the game. And that's where Lorient is very lucky, because he has had the chance to really fully grasp the entirety of this world building, the characters, the story. There's also the fact that because of that, and this is something that has been brought up a couple of times in some of these interviews, I imagine. Sandfall Interactive had to do a lot of hours that were not necessarily, well, they had to work overtime. And I would imagine sometimes, like for a small company like theirs, they had to work and not really sometimes get paid for it, you know, working overtime but not being paid for working overtime. But I think like Lorient really made the most out of this, you know, made the most out of the fact that he could have the time to not only just like understand the characters and the story, but also to explore the different styles and music and orchestration and compositions and performances and recruiting musicians and stuff like that. He could explore all that. He had 5 years to do that. I think that's really, really amazing. So, life to live, a life to love, hehe. And there are a lot of fight tracks incoming. It had a lot of time and was included in since the beginning of the development. Exactly. Hot take: the Expedition 33 playlist is better than anything from Hans Zimmer. It's really interesting that you mentioned that, because my point of view, and I sadly, and I really say this, sadly, I do kind of agree with you. Because, I'm thinking about Hans Zimmer is the same person who composed music for Lion King. For me, it's like one of the most memorable soundtracks in any kind of like animated movie for me. Like, it's so iconic. And when I think a little bit about some of the soundtrack he's done for movies these days, it doesn't he's an excellent mood setter with his music, but none of them have this sort of memorable and iconic feel to it. The Lion King, Interstellar as well, but not to. I'm not shit talking Hans Zimmer whatsoever. I think he is a master in his craft. I just think that. I mean, also we're kind of like comparing Lorient to Hans Zimmer, like Lorient's music to Hans Zimmer. Lorient is just starting out. This is, I think, Lorient's magnum opus, just as Lion King was, I think, Hans Zimmer's magnum opus. So we're kind of like comparing also different experience and ages and stuff like that. But yeah, like I said, like with time, I don't know. I feel like the more you work on stuff, the more things get less. I don't know. Not only Lorient wrote music to the game, but also the developers wrote game to the music of Lorient. There's that as well. That's my reasoning is E33 soundtrack is a cake. Hans Zimmer's music is another cake. Holy shit, 2 cakes. There we go. That's a really good thing, a good take to have. I think so too. That's really good. That's a really good take to have. A lot of it is taste as well as with all art. I love Zimmer's older music, Prince of Egypt, Pirates of the Caribbean, Man of Steel, etc. Not much of his recent ones. Yeah. It's his recent ones, like I think in terms of sound design, mixing with music is pretty excellent. But the themes seem a little bit, I don't know. I can't remember much of it these days. Well, it also means that Lorient has time to improve even more. Exactly that. All right, guys, let's pick up where we left off with the next series of music. Wait. Oh, yeah. Waiting Canvas. You're right. It's back. Waiting or waiting? Oh, is it wailing or waiting? It might be wailing canvas, actually. I can't read. It's so tiny. Wait. Can you tell me? Waiting. It says waiting. I hope it's that. But more forlorn version of it. Okay. Wait, Oh. That's part. That's really, really like, there's like this sort of like between the notes, like the clash of notes. Really good. Oh! We're back, guys! gosh, what the heck? This track, what a banger! What a banger, guys! Holy crap! Holy crap! Now that is as epic music as it can get. Holy crap! Now, a lot of the epic music codes that you hear in there, that's like, it's very heroic. There's a lot of brass that is in that as well. It's just like I was ready to like, let's go, nut around. It's like, yeah, it's called Of Virtuosity and Heart. This is so, I'm also getting a lot of this sort of like, almost like Two Steps from Hell sort of vibe from this as well. It's very good, very good. A lot of kind of like Thomas Bergerson kind of like composition style here, I feel. If anybody knows, it's the Two Steps from Hell is basically like an epic music group, and they do, there we go, Heart of Courage. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely kind of like the vibe that I got as well. So, but there was also, aha! Now I know. There is one Japanese composer. I think her name is, let me see. Because if they're also into Japanese animation, I'm pretty sure. Yuki. Yes. This style of composing actually is more reminiscent of the Japanese composer Kajiura Yuki. She has written and composed themes for like TV shows, animes like Hack Sign, of course, but she's done what's it called again? A Song of Storm and Fire from it reminded me of A Song of Storm and Fire. It's from what's it called? That show is come on, I know that it's a Clover anime. What's it called again? She wrote this one called A Song of Storm and Fire. It's like dun, 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 dun. Yes, there we go. Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle. Yes, sorry. Yes. Her music. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, exactly that. Sorry. I didn't see you in the chat, sir. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It reminded me of that track. Yeah, sorry. Two Steps from Hell, of course. Again, the only song in this OST with dominant to dominant chord progression. Exactly. Oh my god, she did music for Madoka Magica. Oh my gosh, I forgot she did Madoka Magica. I saw that anime like 2 years ago for the first time. I was shocked. What the heck? What anime is that? You take the concept of what's it called, this magical girl, and you flip it on its head, and you're like, huh? But yeah. Oh no. I am going to take my sorry and I'm going to put it in a bottle and throw it away. Yeah, magical girls. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle. Yeah, she wrote that theme really like Kajiura Yuki is like such an amazing composer, and she does use a lot of that sort of like epic music codes in that as well. So it's really cool to hear that in this soundtrack as well. I loved her music for Pandora Hearts. It's beautiful. I haven't seen Pandora Hearts, but by the way, Victor said he has to leave soon. He asked if you could skip to some specific tracks so he could share his translated lyrics. Not sure if you saw. Oh, I didn't see that. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I didn't see that. Really so sorry to see that. My message got drowned before the spam, so we're posting here. I unfortunately have to leave in 1 hour. Is it okay if we do a skip to Lumière s'éteint, French, but yes, I wanted to do the Lumière s'éteint, Portrait imparfait, and Clair. Okay, let's do that. Let's do directly. Okay, so we remember a virtuosity and heart, and then we go to Lumière s'éteint. Okay, you guys ready for this one? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. Okay, all right. Let me just get my lyrics as well. Interact. And we finally get to hear our beloved Lorient doing his slam poetry. Okay, guys, ready? Let's do this. All right, let's do this now.
Accord silencieux de nos âmes, lèvres fantômes, et râle pâle, lumière s'éteint. Au loin, elle s'élève, seule, sans détour, songe, sans retour. Lumière s'éteint. Les pétales d'iris envahissent les rues du jour déclinant, nuées complices du clair obscur vacillant, nuances de chagrin, ils dansent autour des heures littorales, éclipse, florale, lumière s'éteint. Variation dans l'air, vapeur de nos chairs, respiration amère, lumière s'éteint. Contretemps volontaire, contre-champ solitaire, lumière s'éteint. Si le temps se perd à contre-courant, les miroirs sans teint dévoilent leur nature. Si nos pulsations jouent à contre-cœur, notre amour veillera sur la mesure. Lumière s'éteint. Pâleur du jour, cœur sourd, miroir de nos amours, lumière s'éteint. Attache charnée, cordage resserré, nœud marin et récif carmin. Flot secoué, doute à chavirer, lumière s'éteint. Nuage à la dérive, lien en déclive, brume qui déteint, lumière s'éteint. Seul, sans secours, songe, sans contour, sombre, pour toujours, lumière s'éteint. Aux dernières lueurs d'outre-mer, à l'aurore d'un nouveau jour, les cormorans volent à contre-jour, lumière s'éteint.
Damn. Damn. Mate kudasai. Wow. Okay, Chad, why am I hearing about Simon right now? Is this supposed to be Simon reading this? L'amour d'un père. It makes me cry and I don't even understand the lyrics. Wait until you do. Okay, so. Oh, thank you. Mike always gets quiet. Okay, far away. Okay, let's read this. So, lyrics. Let me bring up the lyrics. First part. Accord silencieux de nos âmes, lèvres fantômes et râle pâle, lumière s'éteint. So, silent accord, chord and pact, of our souls, phantom lips and pale rattles, lumière fades, or almost kind of like dies. You could almost interpret it as that. Au loin, elle s'élève, seule, sans détour, songe sans retour, lumière s'éteint. Far away she stands, alone, without detour, dreaming, without return. Lumière fades. Iris petals fill the streets in the waning day, intimate cloud of the trembling Clair Obscur, shades of sorrow, it dances around the coastal hours. Floral eclipse. Lumière fades. Shift in the air, steam from our flesh, bitter breaths. Lumière fades. Willing off-tempo setback, solitary reverse frame. Lumière fades. If time loses itself against the tide, one-way mirrors reveal their nature. If our hearts beat reluctantly, our love will watch over the tempo. Yes, I was about to say une vie à t'aimer parallèle. This is a parallel to une vie à t'aimer. Lumière fades. Bleakness of the day, deafened heart, mirror of love. Lumière fades. Ties and harnesses, tightened ropes, sailor knots and crimson reefs, shaking blur, doubt keeling over. Lumière fades. Drifting knots, loosened bounds, fading and bleeding colors, bleeding colored mists. Lumière fades. Alone, without a rescue, dreaming without an outline, sinking in the dark forever. Lumière fades. At the last glow from overseas, at the dawn of a new day, the cormorants, les corps mourants, the dying bodies, fly with a backlight. Lumière fades. A corps. Yeah, that's it. That's basically it. This is light goes out. Yeah. It is. Yeah. Light goes out. This is basically, it's basically hope basically fading away for me, the way I understand it. This must be but I'm trying to understand why bring up Simon, because I feel like since I haven't beaten Simon, I'm missing a bit of context. Goes out is also valid, yeah. But damn, this slam poetry. This feels like really kind of like way back, like really at the exposition, like the very first expedition, like Expedition Zero or something like that. His theme was in the intro. Oh, I see. That violin line, his theme was in the intro, reminded that this was the original song for the Gommage scene before Lost Voice was created. Yes. And that's why you have like also the piano kind of like bomb, like doing that low note like that. There's a lot of themes in the intro of the game. That violin is from L'amour d'un père. Okay. L'amour d'un père, you mean, huh? The Divergent Star theme, yeah. Wow. That's crazy. It's just like you also saw Simon attack called Sword of Lumière is attacking, the Sword of Light, also a connection. Also, we hear it in a small zone in Old Lumière, if I remember correctly, with all the swords around. Are you excited for Drake's Iceman album? What? Yes, done. Yeah. Man, this is so... I honestly did not expect like Lorient to do like that like slam poetry like that. It is so good. And the way I interpret these lyrics, right? This is basically the beginning of the end of Lumière, you know, like basically just as it's starting to... is it probably just before the fracture, or is it just around the fracture time? Or after even, just after it? Gustave's sister Emma calls the expeditioners the Sword of Lumiere in the beginning as well. Yeah. Remember that violin represents Renoir. What Damien says. And the Sword of Lumiere. Exactly. I interpret this to be after we kill the paintress and Renoir gommages all of Lumiere. Ah, the poetic moment in Our Drafts Collide by Lorient hits even harder. That's true. This is so, like, I love this soundtrack. Like, what the heck? He was cooking Lorient. Like, what was he not doing, actually? Did he even have a life outside of this? Our Drafts Collide. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, the album version is the other slam poetry section. Yeah, man. I'm just, like, baffled. It is so good. It is so good. Whatever he was cooking, I need that in my life. You and me both. You and me both. It's at the fracture. That's what I'm thinking. I'm honestly thinking that it just happens around the fracture. But it could also be like, basically what would happen if we defeat the paintress. Everything would just fade, basically. I think it can be read in so many ways. To me, it really evokes the gommage in the beginning. The people must feel so helpless with gommage after gommage. And Lumiere literally fades Yes, absolutely. Fades away with everyone. To me, it's the gommage scene. You start with Lumiere, then flowers and people dying, then all the sailing imagery. It's the expedition leaving and watching Lumiere fade. Okay, you know what? That makes so much more sense, to be honest. Okay, all right. Let's go to Portrait Imparfait. There's also Sirène Robe du Jour, but I don't think... Let's see. We're doing Portrait Imparfait, yes? Ah, there we go. It's right before... Oh, wait. Hold on. What are we doing next? I think it's... Time for Tears. The second part of the poem has heavy themes. It's right before Robe d'un Jour. Portrait Imparfait is my favorite track. Okay, Robe du Jour is pure French. I might be able to help it. Okay, perfect. All right, then let's focus first on Portrait Imparfait, and then we'll get to the next parts. Okay, let me just bring this up. Lyrics, interact, because there's also L'amour d'un père as well. There we go. Okay, there we go. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Okay, are we ready? Yes, we are. Let's interact and... That was a very short song. Okay, let's do this. Wait, mate kudasai. Mate kudasai. Wait. There. So, let's check out the lyrics. Okay, for some reason the paragraphs are cut a bit differently on end, but the words should be roughly the same. Okay, let's go from the top. Paragraph 1. Assumed born by force of life, fed from birth, forces of lights, all lives. All lives, sorry. Clea mourned perfectly alone. Clea will lose, love will live on, and will give herself the will to dream, to still dream, and to still love. Wait a second. Is it just me, or does this paragraph, the way it's written, Clea mourned perfectly alone, Clea will lose, love will live on. This kind of structure, we've seen that in another song. Which one was it again? Love will live on. And will give herself the will to dream. We got the dream part again. To still dream and to still love. Aline's love will endure. Clea will sing. Her voice will live on. Commanded to live through my pain, fleeing the scene to keep dreaming. Okay, we're at the 5th paragraph now. Imperfect portrait, ideal mental ideal, I guess. Then yeah, same assume, same verse again. Laminem wieder atem, Claire Masters, what was it? Wait, hold on. Sola, viva. There we go. Last wanting, Clea ruled. Wanting, Verso suffered. Wanting, Alicia cried. Okay, yeah. Wanting, Clea ruled. Wanting, Verso suffered. Wanting, Alicia, right? Oh my gosh, yeah. It is definitely an Alicia Mael parallel, for sure. And we also saw that in Déchirer la toile. Yeah, exactly. It's also an aria pour un masque de colère. Alicia cried. Yeah. The last 3 verses. Yeah, sorry. I just kind of I was trying to figure this out. I recognize French, but what are the other languages? Interestingly, the song is not about visage, but about painted verso. Visage is seen from the monolith to remind Aline of her mistakes. So this is like from painted verso's point of view, huh? Because isn't... that one had a mix of Latin and the imaginary language with some words from Alicia Mael. Visage is quite a misunderstood character, I think. Most people fail to realize he didn't even want to fight, simply gave the Expedition 33 his heart right away. He knows what it is all for and agrees. Yeah, that's what I understand. He was forced into being, forced to suffer, and watch people around him take decisions for him. Yeah, man. But was it again this character that is supposedly supposed to be Verso's axon or something like that? Or am I misunderstanding things? It's definitely a mixture between Aline and Verso's perspectives, for sure. Visage is a representation of Verso painted by Renoir. There we go. Visage is Verso's accent. Yes. There we go. That's what I thought. Oh, yeah. But are we talking about Visage or Mask Keeper? Visage itself is an essence of verso as seen by Renoir, because they are two different things. Celui qui garde la vérité par le mensonge, recto verso. I remember that. I also really love the lyrics about Claire doing it all alone. Yeah. Yeah. In the end, like, Clea did do it all alone, and I do think she suffered also quite a lot alone. Like, what grief does to a family, it basically really tears them all apart. Mask Keeper is just the reverse side of Visage, like the back of the same coin. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. Good point. Very well explained here. For me, it was a revelation. In male vocals, it sounds more correct, perhaps, considering who Renoir imagined in this accent. This is Renoir's perspective on Clea. There is a feeling of enough. I'm leaving this behind now. Figure it out, mom and dad. Yeah, and Alicia crying. Clea must have suffered, yeah. She was forced to grieve alone and then also to take care of daily life alone while her parents fought. 6 hours to catch up on. Cool. Hey, James. Welcome. Oh, man. This is this song, though. I both love and hate Clea. Sign of an incredibly... Exactly, right? Exactly that. His journal to Clea we found in the Nevron sculpture room was about perfection. Yeah. Always about perfection. Oh, it's really spectacular. And the songwriting as well, the composition as well. Wait. A lot of like a percussion. There's a lot of this sort of like that part, that segment here, that's Clea. This just screams Clea for me. Yeah, and you know, like the way the canon is used in this segment really just highlights this feeling of anger and desperation as well. It's like something fleeting and something like it's really, really well done. I love this. Oh, the way you can represent a character or the perspective of a character, like how we see the character in the music is just so amazing. And it's got that tone all the way through. It's Clea's tone. Portrait Imparfait was so cool during the concert, but sadly the venue's acoustic wasn't great. It did a disservice to the vocals, IMO. Saria, which venue was that? Was that in France? Was it in Lyon? Was it in Paris? Where was it? Salle Pleyel in Paris. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Well, no, it doesn't make sense. How do I know anything about it? I've heard of Salle Pleyel, but I don't know so much about it. And that's also a little bit the thing. Like, concerts are amazing, but you need to have a really good audio engineer and a technical director to oversee everything. It's really, really important. Otherwise, without a technical director, it will not be able to. The concert cannot be represented to the best that it can be, basically. So, yeah. This is a really, really cool song. Yeah, I really, really enjoy it. It's just so, it grips at your heart, you know, and it's like you feel for Clea, even though like she I don't agree what she does, but I understand why she does it, basically. So, hi, Iliasg. Iliasg. How do I call you? Hi there, newcomer. Hi, how's it going? All right, okay, let's move on to the next song. Can you tell me what it is, Victor? So like that we can... the next song would be Iliasg. Ilias... Oh, Clea. There we go. Clea, Clea. There we go. There we go. Just call me Ilias. Okay. Welcome, Ilias. I'm sorry I butchered your name. It's not my intention. All right. Let's go to Clea now. Ah, there we go. There we go. Time for Clea. It's time. Now that brought back some that brought back some triggering memories from my battle against the Clea. My God, that really that was such a tough battle to fight. I'm seeing all the comments going here. Parry it. The glitches enter the neurons. Also, if you pay attention to her movements, they seem like those of a puppet on strings. Which she is. Yes. Oh my gosh. You know what? Now, come to think of it, you're right. Aslo just says the chroma hails Clea. Also, you missed your Perry. He also has a male version of the song Linen and Cotton. I recommend listening to it. Oh, okay. Oh, Unchained Clea. Clea summons musical nevrons. You know what? That one was easier. Like, I managed that one better. It's the agile ones that really kind of like threw me off every time. Was it something Nightfall Rage Quasar? Thankfully, I heard this song on the OST before the trauma of the battle had the chance to set in. Okay, let's read Victor's translated lines. Clea... Okay, wait, there we go. Clea wanted to mourn Alicia ruled tyrannous. And assumed her paintress work, guarding from evil the villainous, Verso's mournful caress, Clea commanded Aline. Ah, is that it? What about the Voleo Clea? Oh yeah, you're right. There is nothing else. Yeah, I think we need to hear it again. I agree. Because the thing is, I didn't find... This is basically what I was... That comes from the official video. I think they forgot part of the lyrics. So the lyrics in the chorus, we don't have them, I guess. Dum dum da da dum dum da da dum dum da dum 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 da. That part. Oh, it's just so amazing. There's a part that is very difficult to understand. Those vocals are very high pitched and there's a wall of sound behind. Yep. Agreed. Wait, hold on. Chat, let's just take a quick moment. Please send roses and baguettes to Victor, who has spent a lot of time translating the lyrics for us. Thank you, Victor. You are an MVP. You are the MVP. Thank you again so much for your help. Thank you, Victor. Thanks for the stream, Jay. Have a nice evening, everyone. Looking forward to Act 3 and defeating Simon. Same. Thank you again, Victor. Have a great evening. All right. Okay. So, oh, okay. Let's pick up. I just want to listen to this song one last time. I think this song probably has more... Yeah, we're gonna go back to Gustav's legacy, I think. I mean, we pretty much understood the whole idea of this song, so I think we can now go a little bit back. One more time to engrave the song in our... Okay, fine. One more time. It's so good. It is so good. And so is the double crème. Thanks for asking, Aslo. No, I agree that the song really highlights the anger and the there we go. Life is there to be there. User here right here is saying, I love how this song tells a lot about Clair and the anger and underlying sadness she's dealing with. Agreed. So much. Wait, the very last line is different. Wait, is it? Is it? Wait, hold on. I don't know. I don't think it's any is it? Scroll down the lyrics. Yeah, Clair, Aline, Ordonez. So same like before. Clair, Aline. Wait. Aline, Ordonez. Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same. Seems she says something with S instead of... Oh! Okay, you know what? Let's check this out. Clair Salina? What? How? I mean, she says it's weird because like she goes like Clair something, but it still sounds like Alina at the end. So I'm like, eh? Yeah. I'm a little bit confused as well in regards to this, but oh, wrong slide. Okay, guys, we are gonna go back in time, go back to Gustav's legacy. We gotta do this. So let's move on. It is a little bit confusing. My feeling is that something happened in the mixing of the song, and maybe some songs, something got slipped in, basically. Anyway, let's move on to the next track, which is Gustav's Legacy. Let's go. Gustav, my boy. Gustav. Lost Voice. Is that Lost Voice? My God, I love this. I love this so much. I love this so much. It's Lost Voice, but it's reinterpreted, like reorchestrated in a way to give it a more hopeful and something to look forward to for those who come after. You know, despite the situation and the odds and going against the odds and stuff. It's so it's yeah, but it's like this willingness to go on, you know, despite the people that are not around, you know. That's the feeling I'm getting, and that's why I'm smiling, because it's like almost kind of like it says Gustav's Legacy, but it's kind of like the Gustav telling you to go on, you know, like no matter how tragic the situation, just go on, you know, like for those who come after. It's just, yeah, I don't hear that either, but there's lots of sections in the Rêve. What was the name of that track again? Lost Voice. That was the song, Lost Voice. That was the theme. This is basically Lost Voice, but kind of like a more orchestral version with a more uplift tone to it with its orchestra. And because you can hear a little bit like that vocals, those not the higher vocal. I mean, I don't know if I heard both vocals, like the harmonies, but at least one of them was there to do the main lead. You know, it's the very end where they're singing Au Clair Obscur. Ah, yeah. I think the song only plays once in Crimson Forest. This is something that also, you know, for me it's crazy because some of these tracks, they only play once and they are such bangers. Like, what? Like Yeah. No, I think it's kind of crazy for me. Like, let's listen to it again, okay? Because this is really good. You know, guys, we're gonna be after midnight. We're gonna be after midnight, but it's okay. I'm willing to do that because this is such a banger. Lost Voice. That rhythm. It has so many incredible gems. It's so good. And you hear it only once. That part, yeah. No, it has no right to be this great. It has no right to be this great. Ah, okay, we can skip that. Blah, 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 blah. We've already listened to this. We had to skip ahead a little bit, so let's skip a little bit ahead. Let's skip a little bit ahead. Old Lumiere fragments tell stories. Okay, now we have something a little bit more ominous. Ouais, c'est vraiment incroyable. Wait, hold on. Chat. Very ominous. I'm really curious though, so. That's very, oh. Still going on. We've definitely reached old lumière. Right? There we go. That's Miles. That's Miles' theme, not Alicia. Miles. That's, yeah. I'll make a comment about that right after. Okay. Really, really cool. Now, I really just wanted to bounce back to this. Alicia and Maël. The themes are, yes, the same. However, when you actually pay attention to the first couple of notes of Alicia versus the first couple of notes of Maël, it is different. Because Alicia goes like, Casualidad dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait. Casualidad dun. Something, something. Maël, however, goes like, whereas Alicia, or something like that. So it's same, but just slightly different. And to make that distinction, basically, that's why you have, like, when you're in the game and you can go to the piano as the characters and you play as Maël, you think that it's Alicia at first, but you do hear that slight change in notes. It's a very small part, but it's small enough to let you indicate who we're talking about exactly. We know that back then, Maël is Maël, and we don't, it's very subtle, and I like that. So there, what you heard is not Alicia's theme, it's Maël's theme. And I think it's really interesting to see how Maël's theme versus Alicia's theme are being integrated in the music. Let's see. Hence, fragments tell stories. I remember it after Renoir's fight before meeting the paintress when Luna says, I have trust in us. Same, but different. Cousins. Same, but different. Yes. I wonder if the track Maël, last track of Act 3, has Maël's theme or Alicia's. Well, I think it should be if the track Maël. I think it's basically that. Maël, the last track Maël is Maël's theme. But it's because I've already reacted to the video before. Alicia and Maël, structurally speaking, they're the same. But the only difference is just the beginning that is slightly different, and the lyrics. The lyrics are, Maël has the exact same, for the most part, exact same music. Just the beginning of the lead melody is different, and the lyrics are different. The Maël is supposed to be like the French version of the Alicia, basically, just to kind of like veil, to hide the meaning behind the song. And the whole painted family, wait, hold on. Same, but different is so recurrent. About Noko's resurrection, the wall after repainting, etc., and of course verso. Yeah. Maël represents descent into self-delusion. If I'm there for the final listening party, I'll note the very critical distinction between that and Une vie à rêver. Okay. I have to remember what Une vie à rêver sounds like. Clair and Obscur. Again, it's hint that they are the same one. Exactly. And I love that. I love this sort of like analogy, like just kind of like, I love the work that's been done on this soundtrack. All right, let's move on to the next one if you guys are okay with it. We are going to When the Dust Settles. It's a phenomenal piece of music. The three Une Vie pieces are my top 3 for the whole soundtrack, and Rêve is my second favorite. Okay. Hey, Vilde, welcome back. We've still got a little more than we still have halfway to go. Ah, Verso's theme. Verso, but slow. Yeah, it's quite legato, yeah. Yeah, like that is kind of like a lullaby almost. I agree. Yeah, I'd love to, like, playing these songs. I'd love to... I'll say something about this after. Yeah, that's the piano stool. You're right, it is the piano stool. Is it? Wait. Yeah. I'm hesitating, wondering if it's the stool or not just the piano. Kind of like indicating some sort of wear, the age of the piano. Yeah. Music box. Superimposed on the piano. Oh, and it adds this layer of sadness to it. And the music box is gone. It's so good. It really feels like a lullaby. And the fact that it's taken so slowly like that, it's kind of like someone being laid to rest almost. It's kind of like more like a what's it called, a requiem or something like that. That's the feeling. And then for me, whenever we add music boxes, it definitely it's kind of like almost like reminds me of being thrown back to childhood memories or something like that, or of a past or something like that. So it's really, really good. Really good. Okay. The next one sounds like interesting, so let's do this. The departure, but instrumental. Yes. Back to Lumiere. Okay, hold on. I need to quickly go back because I picked up on something. Wait, it must be. No, it has to be before. Sorry, I need to quickly go back. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's very subtle. But there is actually almost kind of like a whistling, haunting, ghost-like sound. Really in there is a melody in the background. That's what I pick up on. I was trying to figure out what it was. You gotta crank up the volume, but there is. I couldn't imagine. What was it again? Is it the Lumiere theme? But it's like... I have to listen again. Yeah, there is like a... Like, listen, crank up the volume, listen closely. Listen for a ghost-like sound. Now. This is so cool. I feel like it might be Gustav's theme. I thought it would be Lumiere, but it definitely one either or, basically. This is so cool that we picked up on that, guys. It's very faint. It's very faint. And unless you have really good headphones or like you crank up the volume and you don't mind the damage to your ears, you can actually hear that. The high-pitched melody in the background seems to be Lumiere, yeah? Okay, yeah, it is probably... Yeah, it is probably Lumiere, so... Like, Lumiere, Gustav's theme. It's like basically that in the background. I mean, technically for me, like, I feel like Gustav represents Lumiere, like the best of Lumiere, basically. I didn't, but I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of which theme it is exactly. It's hard. It's kind of like hard, but it's so cool that we picked up on that. Yeah. And I just love the whole piano playing thing, of course. But like, man, that's a really neat little Easter egg that they added in there. I mean, Easter egg. More like a little melody that they kind of like tucked in there. Almost kind of like no, it wasn't a piano that we were hearing. It was kind of like a ghost-like sound that we were hearing. I think there's very slight, but I agree. I associate them with each other anyway as well. Same, first time hearing it. So were you hearing? Yes, there are some different progressions in Gustav that aren't in Lumiere. Would be nice to have perfect pitch for that, but I don't have any. Do you think this melody is appropriate to play at a wedding? I don't know if it's appropriate to play at a wedding, to be honest with you. If it was like the Corpse Bride, maybe. Oh, again, my TV is trying to turn off on me. Claire intervening again. Okay, let's move on to the. It's really kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like a really whistle or kind of like these ghost-like sounds, you know, like I don't know. Anyway, let's move to the next track. Yeah. Eiffel. Let's go, the Eiffel. That was a Simon motif. I heard that too. Again, a little bit like clavecin, harpsichord. Interesting. I think these are sampled voices. I think they're sampled voices. I love this. This was a very strong like throwback to Lumiere. Like, and also Gustav. Like when I hear this, I hear Gustav. I want to hang out with Gustav. I want to hang out with my boy, Gustav. Gustav, my boy. My boy. I still can't get over his death. It's crazy. It's crazy. How can you do this? It is called Eiffel. Yeah, that's the name of the track, exactly. The Simon theme, it's true that I think I picked up on that as well. So I want to quickly go back. It sounds like children singing in the end. Gustav, no. That. This effect. Yeah, I see what you mean with that kind of effect. That's definitely like a recurring effect that I hear a lot as well. In Simon particularly as well. And then when we... Saria, why do you say that? Why did you say that? The fact that these sampled voices are Gustav's apprentices. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? No! 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 All the apprentices that he's leaving behind. No! Oh, I love this though. I guess we first hear it during Gustav Lune argument after Spring Meadows. Yes, yes. L'amour d'un père. Oh. Oh. Oh, sorry guys. There are some lyrics to this. Gonna pull that up. No, no, no. There we go. I guess it's time. Okay, let's go a little bit back. Yeah, that's definitely Renoir. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Goddamn. Goddamn. What the hell? And this is why, you know, Renoir plays a violin. Love of a father. Yes. Everyone say thanks to Damien Bolotin for that incredible violin performance. Thank you for searching up that name, Rage Quasar. Holy shit. You really felt that. Like when it did the half notes in between, it's just like, oh, like it's, I felt that. I completely forgot about this track. But when you take a moment to listen to it, oh man. But yeah, sadly Victor is not here, but I think we can attempt to understand a little bit. That whole first paragraph I don't. Este torem Alicia, goemi somebody said goemi accablé de chagrin, overcome with sorrow. Noé morae verso vivra. I wonder if we could figure out, like, there's definitely something. Este torem. I wonder, este torem. I'm gonna attempt something. Okay. Torn. Torem is torn. Être déchiré, Alicia. Alicia is torn. Overcome with grief. Noé morae. Noé morae. Verse. There we go. Yes. I think. Sorry. Alicia is torn, overcome with grief. Noé, as we know, used to be the name of Gustav, dies, and Verso lives. Is that it? Is that how we Torem, like winds of winter? Wait a second. Aslao, do I know you? The fact that you even mentioned winds of winter. Torem. You're from Tale of Fantasy, aren't you? And I'm trying to remember who you are. Who are you? Aslao, are you from Tale of Fantasy? By any chance? Are you a choir member of Tale of Fantasy? Oh my gosh. Is that you, Soji? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys. I did not know this. I did not know it all this time. Well, thank you for giving it away. Guys, we have somebody very special in the chat. Aslao, I didn't even know it was you. Okay, guys, Aslao here is a choir member of the Tale of Fantasy choir. It is a choir that does epic music, and it was the choir that participated in the official World of Warcraft 20th anniversary concerts that took place here in Switzerland. And he's a tenor. Is that it? Yes, you're a tenor. So, yeah, Aslao here. And on top of that, Aslao is also working a lot with music sheet arrangements. He does quite a few, and on top of being also a flute player, by the way, he does music sheet arrangements for that choir as well from time to time. I don't like. It's been a while since I've been at that choir, but and he's been with us all this time. That's so cool. That's so cool. Ah, désolé, je t'ai pas reconnu tout de suite, mon ami. Mais je me pose la question, pourquoi tu savais que les indices que tu drops dans le chat comme ça, je veux dire, mec. Voilà. Ah, tu fais un arrangement avec, avec la bande-son de Ori. Mais ouais. Ah, ravi de te voir dans mon chat. Ça fait un petit moment quand même. Merci. Hein? Guys, Aslao, yeah, like I said, Aslao is a really good friend, and he works really hard as well for the Tale of Fantasy. The Tale of Fantasy choir. So there's also an orchestra, but that is managed by somebody else as well. So yeah. Oh, this is so cool. I really need to check out Ori's soundtrack at some point. I've heard nothing but good things. I want to do that too, actually. Like, Ori has some really amazing tracks, and Gareth Coker is an amazing composer as well. So, yeah. I'm sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked here. I don't think I can translate all these lyrics, but here, in any case, Clair spirita perde, I feel like we're talking about Clair's lost spirit. Clair has lost her spirit. That's the feeling I'm getting. Also, les artos, artos, art related. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Ito visare, visage painted. Yes, there we go. And Carmen Sirena talks about sirene. Sirene. So, meaning that these are all, well, these are Clair's creation. No, I don't know. Valide Maël. Maël validated, I guess. Ensoleil vada lumine vermeil. In the sun, the light will be marvelous. I don't know. But, vermeil, like May, I'm thinking of merveilleux or something like that. Vermeil. No, I don't know. Love. There we go. So, in any case, this is a really an amazing track. And you're right. Somebody in the chat said that this is like, kind of like we have Une vie à, the 3 tracks like that. We have also L'amour from somebody. L'amour de père, mère, and sœur. So we're going to have to see. Vermeil means crimson. It could be crimson. You're right. So what, the sun sets in a crimson color or something like that? Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, guys, let us move on to the next track because we've still got lots of music to listen to. And but the good news is we still want to have 1 hour and a half of music to listen to. So, Tout ce que je suis pour toi. Everything that I am for you. Vermeil is red color, orange color indeed. Okay, thank you. This is not in the game. Okay. beautiful. It's so beautiful. Wow. Ooh, even kind of like kind of like almost organ-like. It is organ. Isn't that little romantic music piece from Act 1? Ah, it's Alicia, yeah. But wait, hold on. Let me just quickly go back. Wait, is that a major version of Alicia? It is okay, so it's Aline transitioning into Alicia. Okay, well that's why I couldn't make out the. It does end in this sort of like resolved note, kind of. Yeah, I was thinking it does sound like it. But wait, hold on. I heard something else in the background. Again, the sort of whistling whistling ghost-like sound, basically. And it was playing like da da da, like something like that, but a was trying to see if it was any kind of like theme, but it was very, very kind of like very hidden in the background, basically. I don't know if you guys heard it as well, or maybe it's just me, but it does have a very nice sort of resolution. It ends on a more happier note, and I like to hear that. Yeah, I was trying to place that too, but it seems incomplete. It's almost like she's reminiscing in a good way about her daughter rather than clinging to the past like the real her does. Yes. Lorient is sending us secret messages. I agree. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe it's that I'm hearing. Going back to previous lyrics, I just found this poetry by Rimbaud. Et le soleil sablerait d'or fin leur grand rêve sombre et vermeil. Oh! Et le soleil, meaning, and the sun would sandblast their grand dream with fine gold, dark and vermilion. Yeah, like dark and red. Oh, okay. Is it possible that it was a direct reference to that quote? This poetry, basically? That is really, really interesting. Ah, we're coming to robe de jour, everybody. So you know what this means. Yes, we are coming to this part. So let's get back to that. Oh. This track is so beautiful. And I think Alice Duport-Percier does an amazing job with this, with really kind of like, so beautiful. So, j'aime bien cette version, mais celle du jeu vidéo avec l'écho la rend encore plus envoûtante. Okay, so to quickly translate in the comments, someone says that I like this version, but in the game, there's this sort of like a more echoey feel to it that makes it more enticing and interesting. So No, no, no. Oh, Claire. It's good to have more precise lyrics than what I guess when singing. I think the last line meant, ooh. What? That was my next guess. Oh, lol. Mesmerizing. There we go. En vous tente. Mesmerizing. Thank you, Sigmund. I know you're mainly French speaker, so I appreciate the translation. Queen in her dress. Thank you, Rage Quasar, for posting that. Queen in her dress, she radiates velvet light in her cozy day dress. She draws perfect movements. Softness of the soul, she sings calm breath. Ballet enchanted by grace and beauty, wonder of the day. In her dress of love animated, she lives, world rejoices, beauty. Softness of the soul, she sings calm breath in movement all around. So I want to know. This is Clea's axon, isn't it? Or is it not? Gentleness. Yeah, gentleness might be more. No, it's Aline's. Sorry, Aline's axon. Aline. Oh, and the chat goes like, Aline. Everybody goes like, Aline, you got it wrong. No, it's okay. I messed up. But yeah, made by Renoir. Exactly. Et on a crié, Aline. Who was it though? What is it? Well, the way I see it, right? Axons are created by Renoir, so meaning that this is basically his way of how he ideally wants to portray Aline, right? With the softness, she like radiates, she draws and perfect movements, softness and gentleness of the soul, which I believe she used to have until Verso died. And whenever, like, she sounds also like a lively person, and the world is happy to have her, and she radiates beauty and joy and all that stuff. And in her robe of love, oh, this is so animated. And it's just so amazing. It's so romantic, this song. It's so romantic. But then when you think about like how Aline is after she loses Verso, it's basically complete shift. Opposite. Verso says that at the start of Act 3, that's how Renoir perceived their essence. There we go. Et j'écris Aline is the famous song. It sings Aline come back. Oh. Yeah, how she really is. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I think it's his plea for her to go back as she was before the tragedy. Exactly. He is depicting her as a siren, though. He fears her hold over him. Oh, you think? Well, yeah, technically, I mean, the reason why Renoir is imprisoned, I think. Wait, so Clea is the only one with no axon? Is her axon the one killed by Simon in the old Lumiere? Huh, good question. Axons are not ideal images. It is not what Renoir paints. He is all about control over chaos, not to embellish anything. It is how he genuinely sees her essence. Okay, her emotions scare him. That's relatable. The axons is the truth of who he sees is family. My wife was watching me play during that part, and that songs put her to sleep. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. I believe so, since we have axons for the other family members. Yes, Clea's axon is the one carrying the world, Lumiere, on her shoulders. It gets killed by Simon. We can see it painted in Renoir's... Oh, that's what we saw. Clea's is Haller in old Lumiere. Yes, yep. Renoir painted Sirène to remind Aline who she really is, and Sirène can be seen from the monolith. Yes, I confirm. Lumiere Axons is Clea. What I really, really love as well about this song is the flute playing. The flute is excellent. I love it so much. I think we have multiple types of flute. And I think I know the guy who plays the flute. But he goes by, what's his name? There's this really, the flute which we also have in Luna's theme. Does it also, is there also that in the, yeah, and this is where we kind of like draw the similarities between Lune and Siren, because they do have like flute instruments that are played. Wait, what was it again? What was it again? Oh, what is this name? The name of this guy. I need to see. I searched him just recently, but it didn't save. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. Flat player line out the stuff. Let's see. Wait. I can't find the name. It's yes, a low D whistle. Ah, crap. Yes, it's a low whistle. That's what I thought, because it's actually a low whistle. It's a, you guys know like the tin whistle? Well, the low whistle is bigger. It looks like a big flute, like a flute like this, a recorder basically. But it's basically big. It's like a tin whistle, but it's like bigger and fatter. And the sound is lower. I'll bring for the next live stream, I'll bring my low whistle to show you guys what it looks like. It's not a bawu, exactly, it's not a bawu. But there are similarities that are drawn, because in the end, it is kind of like Siren and Lunet. There's this sort of like connection going on between the two, especially since, yeah. Did the flute guy from... No, it wasn't the flute guy. No, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. I thought it was, but it's not him. It's somebody else, actually. But he is also relatively well known in the sense that he plays live music for some of these concerts. I think he did for like the Naruto concerts as well. I think he's based in France, but I'm not entirely sure. If you're playing all the songs from Act 2, this means we'll get to... Well, Une vie à t'aimer, this was in the last live stream. They put it as the last song in Act 1, actually. So the last song is L'amour d'une mère, actually. So not the same thing, unfortunately. There we go. Yeah, it's not the flute guy from TGA. Luna is all about unveiling the wonders of this world. Siren represents she who plays with wonders. The similarities are there. Luna's theme develops over that connection. There we go. We got our connection here. Thanks, Ocean, for doing that. So let's move on with Robe de Nuit. Same kind of flute playing. Nighttime dress, yes. Low D, that's a low whistle. This one is a bawu. I can hear I can hear a slight difference actually. This one feels more rounded, and the other one is slightly more airy. There we go. That is really, really good. Really, really cool. Guys, tell you what. I'm just checking for time right now. I think we should let's take a 10-minute break, if you guys are okay with it, so that I can quickly kind of like refreshen, and I can use the opportunity to get my low whistle and show you guys what it actually looks like. Are you guys okay and cool with that? Let's take a 10-minute break. Rob, so many awesome songs. Okay, perfect. Then let's take a quick break, and then we'll meet back here in 10 minutes, 10 after. Okay? Perfect. All right, guys. See you in a bit. Bye-bye. All right, chat. We are back. Hey again. Hey again. Yes, as you can see, guys, I have brought my Lodi whistle. It's a low whistle and it's pretty big. So I figured I'd show you guys a little bit what a low whistle sounds like, you know. So, of course, Asla was happy to see another flute. Maybe to give you guys a comparison, okay? Let me just do this quickly. Okay. This is a low whistle, okay? This is a tin whistle, all right? Principles are pretty much the same, but the pitch is very different. So, for example, so as you can see, it's a little bit more kind of like tin sounding. And yes, it's Majora's Mask from The Legend of Zelda. Now this, on the other hand, okay, this one is bigger and it requires a lot of breath. So let's try this. So that's the difference between a tin whistle, which is higher pitched, and a low whistle, which is deeper and has way more air. You can really, really hear this airiness. And that's something like professional flute players, like the guy that has played in Sirène, he has huge, huge lung capacity. So I don't have a bawu, sadly. I don't have a bawu, guys. Thank you. I was thinking at some point of making a cover of Sirène Robe de Jour using the flutes because there's so many flutes that you can use. I was also thinking, and I wanted to show you guys quickly this. What do you mean go make a bawu in your kitchen? No. I'm thinking of making a cover of Until Next Life, but using a kalimba to somehow, let me show you how it sounds like. This really, really, really beautiful kind of like plink plunk sound to it. The Minecraft instrument? No. It's not a Minecraft. Is it? I don't know. But yeah, the principle is pretty much the same. So at some point, I do hope that I'll have the time to release a couple of covers of Clair Obscur. But we'll have to kind of like look into this at some point. So so yeah, that was it. I do have an ocarina, but I don't know where I've placed it. It's got to be somewhere. So maybe later, maybe next time. Yeah, a huge lung capacity and a wide vocal tract. Yeah, absolutely. My sister has flutes. Yeah, that would be great. Damn, I also have a kalimba somewhere, but never got a chance to learn it. It's fairly simple. You just need to practice it, basically. That is the only thing I know from the kalimba. Anyway, guys. So that was a little quick lesson on like wind instruments, a very quick one. So I'd say let's not dilly any longer and get back to picking up where we left off. Strangely, now I can't find any other way to describe the kalimba. It's simply the Minecraft. Why do you call it the Minecraft instrument? I don't get it. I don't get it. Kalimbas have been around for so long. It's just basically like they have these teeth. They call it like the metal teeth, and you just pluck into it. But yeah, anyway, it's a very gorgeous instrument, and I love that a lot. I should get one too. It's you mean the kalimba or the low whistle? There's a huge variety of low whistles, and they have in different keys. I got mine in D, low D whistle. They have in G and A and stuff like that. A lot of variety. So, all right, guys, very music box like it is. After Until Next Life on kalimba, do Monaco on concertina. Oh, if only. No, ideally, if I can make it happen, that would be amazing. Ideally, I would love to get David Wise to do Monaco on this. I don't know if it's possible, but I could definitely ask him at some point if he's down to collaborate on a cover together. But that's not up to me to decide. So because like David Wise is an incredible saxophone player. David Wise being the composer for Donkey Kong Country, Star Fox Adventures, and stuff like that. Battletoads as well. So really excellent composer, very iconic, I'd say. And he's a great saxophone player. So anyway, let's get back to the track, guys, where we've got still an hour and a half of music to listen to. And I hope we can do it before midnight, but I doubt it. I think we're going to go a little past midnight. So speaking of instruments, we got Tisser la Beauté up next with a unique main line. Oh, nice. Okay, then let's listen to that. Tisser la Beauté. Does it have lyrics? I can't remember. That's a banjo. Oh! that's amazing. So this is a chumbuk, as I think it's called. And it does originate from Turkey, actually. This is one of the battle tracks that plays in Renoir's drafts. It seems to also play in Luna's quest when we open the passage. Oh, yeah. I love that they have those very unconventional note progressions that are common in Arab. Yes, you know what? Yes, exactly. That's something I just picked up on as well. It complements the instrument perfectly. I agree. They have these very interesting chord structures, very, very synonymous to kind of like Arabic style music. It's so like, yeah, they basically they have their own kind of like structure. Oh, intriguing. I will listen later what it sounds like. This has been said many times, but I love the variety of the soundtrack. Right? It's so good. I think that's the cave where you have all the ribbons acting as pathways. Yeah. And you know what? This is what I wanted to say. I'm getting a lot of Gerudo Valley vibes from this track. Am I the only one who thinks that? A little bit. I think it has like to do with the instrumentation. It's also different, but cohesive. I agreed. Really agree with this. But yeah, I'm getting a lot of like Gerudo Valley from Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. It's got to do a little bit with the rhythmic percussive thing, like the percussion, the beat, the rhythm in the background. So I can see it. Yeah. Oh, that one has lyrics. I know this one has lyrics. So let's just go a little bit back. Okay. All right. There we go. Is the next one. Wow, this is so... Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. We're not yet there. Let's just talk about the lyrics, right? Lyrics. Ah, but it is such a good track. Sans elle, sirène. Without her, Cyrene. We'll find for her heart, ballet, beauty, and love taken or taken away. Wonder of the day, O petals, O gentleness of the soul, enchanted, O red iris, without you, without her, Maëlle. For her, Cyrene, brisera réel, broken would break real, beautiful night, beauty, love, taken away, but like in a very kind of like aggressive manner, arraché, like. There we go. Yes, sorry. For her, siren will break reality, beauty female of the night, beauty, love ripped away. That was it. Wonder of the day, O petals, O softness of the soul, enchanted, O red of iris, without you, without her, Maëlle. So this is definitely the... It This song, though, I can't believe I am saying this, but this is definitely Aline saying that, like, without her, Maëlle. That, do I even want to say it like that? It's more about, like, I feel like it's more Aline who's, like, it's the point of view of Aline who has this sort of, kind of like a disdain, dislike for Maëlle, or, well, more like for... It is a very peculiar message. It is about what has to happen for Aline and Maëlle to leave the canvas. Ah, that's what it is about? I completely misinterpreted that. For me, it felt more like the Aline who has this disdain for Maëlle, or Alicia at least. And that without Alicia or Maëlle, that they would still have this feeling of wonder, of beauty, of love. Oh, without you, Renoir, without her. Oh, yeah. Enchanté au rouge d'iris. Oh, that could... I think it's about Sirène finding something for Maëlle, not about finding something for herself. Merveille du jour, the wonder of the day. Enchanted without you. Also, it could be addressed to Renoir in that case. Sans toi, Renoir. Without her, Maëlle, basically. I really don't know. But she does. There's a reason she painted Alicia this way. Yeah. It's Renard speaking to Maëlle and about Aline. That's how I... Still true. Aline does have some contempt for Alicia. She does mention in a journal that she can't be around her because she caused Verso's death by causing the fire. Yes. Yeah, that's the way I interpreted that as well. So it's really hard. It actually, there's so many ways to interpret that message. And I think that's what makes it so great. It's up to everybody's own interpretation here. Sirène is Renoir's creation. Her purpose is the same as Renoir's. But yeah, but I feel like that's why he's kind of like saying, like, that's how he thinks he sees her, that she still has this contempt for Alicia, and that things would be beautiful and wonderful and full of love and stuff like that without Renoir and without Maëlle. If that makes sense. I don't know. That's the interpretation that I'm getting from this. all the song in that area are about Aline or how Renoir sees her. Yeah. 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 There's so many ways to interpret this, though. I feel like we can spend so much time just trying to figure out, like, heck, now I have to stop singing too loud. My neighbors went to sleep, but I can't sing soprano quieter than mezzo forte. How can I listen to Poème d'amour without singing? Rouge d'Iris seems like eyes full of anger as well. That's exactly it as well. Rouge d'Iris, that's anger, for sure. Yeah, I feel it's more the description of how Aline currently is regarding Maël. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And, you know, yeah, that's why Aline is also in this canvas. She wants to stay in this canvas far from her, far from Alicia. Because Alicia is a reminder of who isn't there anymore. I think the fact that they don't mention Alicia is deliberate. Maël is a different persona. Ah. Sans elle, Maël. It could also be about the flower, a red iris with red petals, same color as the petals of the gommage for the painted people. Ah. True, true. Yeah, that's true. Iris is a flower. Huh. Man, there's really so many ways of interpreting this. So you're saying French people can't rhyme otherwise? How dare you? I know you jest. But it's true that I feel like the choice of Maël being used here instead of Alicia, there's intention in that. And not purely for the sake of rhyme. I think purely for the sake of, like, just not giving away a potential hint about Alicia or something like that. You're too stubborn. Now, not forgetting Aline knows Alicia is in the canvas. She threw the chroma at her, so she kind of knows. Well, I mean, the reason why not really related, but it's heartbreaking to me that Aline paints Alicia with her burns and lost voice, while verso is the way she remembers him before the fire, almost like she wants to punish her. That is rough. That is really rough. I agree. That is really rough. So many people to be upset with, but at the same time, you can't understand where they're coming from. It's just like, Aline is a terrible mother for doing that. Yeah, I agree. The paintress is shown to be not in her right mind. Exactly, yeah, let's not forget that. She is kind of stoned at this point to really know right from wrong. Agreed. Okay, guys, let's move on to the next song because we are still running out of time. So, Poème d'amour is the next one, I believe.
Sa robe
This is really, really beautiful. Stop. Pause. Okay. Wow. This one definitely feels a lot more angry. There's like, you can feel the anger. I think this is basically the portrait, like what Renoir saw after the death of Verso, how Renoir perceived Aline after that. Especially like the anger, the mother's I don't know how to describe it. Wait, hold on. Just give me 1 second, guys. Whoop. Do not fall down, please. Okay, so as I was saying, okay, let's just read through the lyrics, right? And translate them accordingly. There we go. Okay, somebody's got the translation. Thank you, box 2440. Siren chained noble queen, a siren chained noble queen, weeping love, a weeping love poem. She reigns deaf world. Wait. Hold on. Let me go to the right. She reigns deaf world. In her ebony dress, she rumbles, she destroys, and she cries. She destroys, ravaged, and cries out dramatically, cruelty of the soul. Siren, chained noble queen, mourned, éplorée. Noble queen, éplorée, mourning. Is it mourning or is it... Yeah, it's weeping or mourning. Poem of love. Or love poem. In strength... All right, hold on. The whole structure is a little bit difficult to follow. Hold on. Let's see. In strength and pain, she devours nightmares and terror, and she unleashes herself a storm world in pain. Cyrene chained noble queen weeping, love poem or poem of love. She reigns deaf world. In her satiny ebony dress, she rumbles, she destroys, ravaged, and unleashes herself, storm, world, and pain. Here is a very important Clair Obscur contrast of the music and the visuals. Music tells of a descent into madness, while we see Sirene giving up her life to save the life of her prototype. Oh, okay. Though enchained is an English word too, so I kept it the same. Okay. I also translated éplore in grief. Grief sounds also pretty much the same. This basically describes a mother's pain, anguish, being like she reigns, but the world is deaf to her. Like nobody can, like, I feel like this is like basically saying that, Aline has so much anguish and she cries, but nobody can hear her because no one can understand the pain of a mother that goes through this sort of loss. Cruelty of the soul, in pain and sorrow and in force and pain, she devours. Like it's like basically it's her anger that is ravaging everything around her, And that's, it also kind of like explains how she kind of like lashes out. That's a sedition. I feel like that's like her lashing out. It's because she's angry, she's mourning, she's she's grieving basically, and anger is how she's dealing with her grief. But it's, oh my gosh, it's very, and then when we listen to the track, we actually can hear a little bit of that first of that robe de jour that plays in the background as well. I think it is not so much that no one can understand her pain, but rather her blocking everyone, wallowing in her Yes, you know what? That might be even more accurate, actually. It's not it's more like she's blocking everyone. And that's exactly what she's doing with Renoir as well. And I imagine Clea as well as Alicia. Oh, but man, this is really like, and when we hear the song, we can hear the robe de jour play a little bit during the song. The way they kind of like it's interwoven together. It's like so beautiful. Did you notice that there are vague similarities between the verses Sirène, enchaînée, and continuer à t'aimer? I think I have picked up on that, but to be very honest with you, for me, it's difficult to remember how continuer à t'aimer sounds like, because it was a live stream ago. Let's just say that, like a couple of live streams ago, and it was a very. I feel like I have to re-listen to Act 1 again. I really, really have to re-listen to it. Yeah, but man, what an amazing track! What an amazing track. Let's see. Interact. What's the next one? Is it aria pour un? No, it's not. It's not this, I think. Okay, the next one is Visage, from what I'm hearing. So let's go to Visage next. Nocturne pour un masque de joie. Nocturne for a mask of joy. Yes, lots of instrumental tracks, exactly. Very nice. And I think I mentioned this in my live stream. What you hear here, it's a mix between plucked piano and music box. Now really the melody you normally associate with joy. It still has this sorrowful element to it though. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Not really the melody you normally associate with joy. Oh, this is so beautiful. Next one is Nocturne pour un masque de tristesse. Nocturne for mask of sadness. Here in this case, we hear this sort of like reverse sounding effect, which is really, this is like piano played in reverse. This is still Visage, Nocturne for Mask of Sadness. Like, listen to, this is all piano sound, piano and probably some strings or something like that. But it's in reverse. No way. It's the last song played in reverse? That's a reverse track. It's Joy in reverse? Oh my gosh. That's brilliant. I knew there was some reverse effect to it. That's because the whole track is in reverse. I thought it was just the instrument, like they did for Sanctuary in Kingdom Hearts, where they have like some lines that are like vocal takes that are reversed. I'd love to check this out to see if it's really that. And now there we go. Nocturne pour un masque de Clair. Giving me sort of the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, the conversation with the Deku Tree. They're definitely more forceful, yeah. What do you think anger is? Probably anguish is more appropriate, yeah. Yes, the Giant song, very good. Yeah, Recto Verso definitely hits on another level with the previous track for sure. I love that we're drawing comparisons as well to Legend of Zelda, not only Majora's Mask but Ocarina of Time, because yes, I agree that this made me think maybe it's the way the tracks are, the orchestration of the tracks actually. Because also, like in Ocarina of Time, the segment about like the three goddesses that descend from the heavens. Like if you guys have played Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, you have Naryu, Farore, and the other one, Jin or something. I can't remember the name exactly. But there's this sort of the choral sound. It reminds me also very much of that. But it might have to do with the fact of how the choir is integrated into the track. And this is basically like, that's how Koji Kondo basically writes music for Legend of Zelda. And he uses that again in Majora's Mask, I believe, especially with the giants, which is why like you thought of the giant song in that sense. It has this sort of ominous, but also kind of like almost kind of like mysticism, godlike sort of feel to it, with the choral. Yeah. Dinral. Is it Dinral? Yeah. Renoir knows. Okay. I'm just reading the theory of Vivi. I have a theory that Verso's definition hides truth with lies is not only from the story we see, but it also has to do with the fire. Renoir knows something about Verso that no one else does, but he decides to hide that to not hurt his family more. Guess we'll only know for sure on CO2. Okay. One of the masks talks about Verso's soul as for a life forced to paint. Well, plot twist, basically, that's basically it. Like Verso's soul being forced to paint. Yeah, that's basically what we saw at the end of the game. Oh, wow, it does sound like Majora's Mask. Yes, Dinral. I was wondering, too, what he could hide and thinking it could have something to do with the musicians, just like Maya trusted the writers. Oh, yeah. Fair point. Oh, I love discussing these kind of theories. Oh. Oh. The bell.
Gone away,
Oh. Oh, sorry. I did not know. I did not realize we were talking about like aria. Yeah. Let me get to that. There are some lyrics. And this time it's in English. And I think it was purposefully done so that, well, actually, I don't know why that was done. Okay. Let's hear.
gone away, empty are this chamber that used to be twist and burst, glowing bright and fierce and proud, glowing bright and fierce and proud. I'm reaching for the stars, the worlds I've seen for so long. My tears, misery, all is wrong. I'm reaching for the stars, the worlds I've seen for so long. My heart, my soul, all around. I try to remember a time that we shared the laughter and love, the laughter and love that we always shared. He gave his life for mine, and I will always mourn my brother's gone. But his love will live on, love will live on.
Damn. Didn't know the lyrics were like that. I don't think we need any translation for that, guys, right? This is from... It is true. That's the one that... So, is this from Alicia's point of view? Hey, Yuan, welcome. We're still listening to the soundtrack. We're so many hours in. The last verse is just so heartbreaking, and it went under our note. It did. I did not realize that. This is really from Alicia's point of view. And I'm just like, oh. And you know, like reaching for the stars, that's exactly what, you know, Renoir was doing for Alicia, I remember. I remember that. You will need translation for the next. Luckily, it's really short with simple words that my limited knowledge of the language can make sense of. Ah, yeah. This is the first time we hear Alice Duport-Percier singing in English, though. So it is a nice change, and the intensity is, whew, it's very intense, actually. Ah, you won't need translation. You are Swiss. Exactly. If the next one is French, I have no worries whatsoever. Oh, it's German. Yeah, okay, I can translate that. I am Swiss, so there's no worries here, guys. So I like how you assume that because I'm Swiss, I can speak the Swiss languages. You are Swiss, therefore you must speak German. Oh wow, that must have been a very terrible rendition of my. Anyway, yo, German, genau. Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Ich habe ein bisschen Schweizerdeutsch reden, aber es ist eher komplizierter, mich auf Schweizerdeutsch auszureden. No, my Swiss German is so rusty right now. I'm not. There was an attempt. There was an attempt. It sounds like people want to spit on you, basically. Deutsche Sprachen. Yes, now we're going to go to the next one, guys. Oh, sadness. Oh, heart song, like the song of the heart. Traurigkeit, sadness. Guten Abend. So it's not Sünden, it's Sünden. That means sins, given sins, given sins. Oh, song of the heart. Herzenkeit. Wait, hold on. What the heck? Hold on a second. Nani Kore? What is this? Herzenkeit? That doesn't mean anything. Traurigkeit means sadness. Oh, Herzenlied. Look, I got these lyrics from the YouTube video directly from Sandfall Interactive. Herzenkeit is not a word. It does not exist. I think they meant to say Herzenlied. Herzenlied. Oh, song of the heart. Oh, Traurigkeit. Oh, sadness. Oh, song of the heart. Sünden gegeben. Given sins. Or sins have been given. Sins have been... Wait. No. There were sins. Sorry, there were sins. No, wait. Gegeben. I have doubt. Gegeben meaning. Ah, could it be lied? Then why did they write... Meaning... What Given. Yeah, it's given. It was given, actually. Since given. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's basically it. But Chip Flake might be onto something. It might be light. Hudson light. Does that even exist? Yeah, Herzen light. Ha. Herzenkite does not mean anything. Nani kore? It's definitely I. Why did Sandfall... Why did Sandfall give us inaccurate lyrics, I wonder? No, they don't speak... Well, to be fair, Alice did sing some songs in German for like the Attack on Titan. I believe she sung some of those Attack on Titan songs, I believe. Yes, all these reverse sounds mucking things up. But my feeling is we're talking about sadness and the sins that were given, and that there's something heavy in the heart. That there's something in the heart. And I'm imagining they're talking about a song, but yeah. Somebody told me that Alice did something related to Attack on Titan, so I don't really know. No, I'm not saying that she speaks German. I'm saying that she has sung German songs, for sure. For sure. Sorry, that was a very bad reference. My French friends might get that reference. For sure. There we go, Johan got it. Oh man. I'm seeing that meme everywhere. Macron saying, for sure. She's done some Attack on... Yeah, of course. So she has sung in German. Okay, let's move on to the next song. Aria pour un masque de joie. I don't think there's any lyrics for that. Nope, there's not. But this is so... No lyrics. Le président, c'est la vie. Well. It's definitely more like a longing sort of feeling. There's a longing feeling in this. Thank you, Choco. Thank you so much for being here. Much appreciated. Please go to sleep. Get your rest, okay? Thank you. Melancholic, nostalgic. It's the sort of sadness where you're longing for something. And I think Maël or Alicia longs for joy, but she's like wrapped up in this sadness and guilt. Oh. Idéal mental. We've done that already, I think. No, we haven't done that. There we go. Very beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Somebody in the chat was saying, oh yeah, I think it was you, Vivi. Initially, the cello was Gustav. Could that be Gustav in verso? I'm not entirely sure because we always kind of like depicted like verso being the piano and Gustav being more the Gustav being more the cello. But it is interesting that they would use two cellos in this section here. So maybe, I don't know, might be something to it, I guess. But it's very interesting because you hear the two cellos. It's just like cello, celli, cellos, I guess. Percussion is prominent in this piece. Doesn't the accent also drum? Actually, yes, I guess. The feeling I get from this is, why are we even fighting? Right? It has this sort of feeling. I mean, I can get that feeling also in this. Could be Renoir playing it as to express his feeling for his lost song. Ah, could be. That key change might be my favorite in the whole soundtrack. It gives such a unique... It does. This is what we call like modulation. Like that modulation. And this happens quite from time to time. But here was like so beautifully done. Yeah, it's interesting that there is no piano. Could be related to the ending choice, the two cellos. Could be. While it's supposed to represent verso. Yeah. Man, we've got such great... It's really, really great tracks. Okay, this one we can skip ahead, so that's good. Yeah. Sorry if I feel like I'm dashing through the tracks right now. I'm just making sure that we all finish not too late so that everybody can rest. There we go. Atelier de Clair, mains subtiles. That means subtle hands. Yeah, now the Flying Manor themes. That. There we go. This. Renoir made the accents so we could theorize the music surrounding the accents. Are either his point of view or Maya's or Ali's, I don't know. Lorient do a lot of great setups for compositions, like two cellos. Does a composer need to know how to play all the instruments you will use for that? That's a good question, but I will answer that in a second, Kaku Freaks. It's a good topic to bring up. Harp, but she also composes. Since her keyword is perfection, yet she is shown to be far from it, we need to listen for a sign of that specifically. I gotta head off now, getting late. It's been a super fun stream. Lovely getting to talk with all of you. Thank you so much, Rage Quasar. You take care now. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Have a good rest. And hopefully see you again soon. Thank you again for your help for the translation. Might also be related, does a conductor need to know how to play instruments too? Okay, very quickly to answer the comments. Again, thank you so much, Rage Quasar. Guys, can you send flowers in the chat for Rage Quasar? for helping us out with the lyrics translation as well. Also looking up some of the musicians as well. Thank you again so much, Rage. Much appreciated. Much love to you. Have a good night, okay? Sleep tight. And we'll see you again soon, okay? I think I need to bow out as well. I will see you on the next stream. Thank you, Gustave. Gustave de Lumière. Thank you so much for being here. Also, much love to you, Gustave. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. It's hard to explain, but the general vibes I get is clear morning, past times, and the flying manor is a lonely remnant of that. That's true. See you in Lumière. Rage Bazaar was removed from canvas. No! Oh, Simon flashbacks. But to answer very quickly, somebody asked that. Kaku Freaks, yes. So I think in general, guys, conductors in general, they must have at least mastered one instrument. It doesn't necessarily have to be a piano, and they don't have to master all of them, but they need to know how certain instruments play and what, like, I'm thinking of, like, in the case of Lorient, I think his main instrument is like either guitar, and he uses piano for other compositions. But just because, wait, what was the question again? I'm losing my... If you are... Okay, composer versus orchestrator, not the same thing. If you are an orchestrator, you absolutely must know how instruments are played and what can be played realistically. And you must know how to conduct as well, like a chef d'orchestre, like a conductor, right? But it doesn't mean that you need to be able to play all these instruments. In the case of composers, usually composers, they compose their tracks, right? And sometimes when they want like real live musicians, they will sometimes send their mock-ups, let's just say, to orchestrators, and these orchestrators will either tell the composers if it's realistic, like the way it's written, so that actual musicians can play those, or he will kind of like make the corrections themselves and involve an orchestra to play the song that has been composed. There's a whole process about that, and I do recommend you guys check out Austin Wintory's YouTube channel. He does a lot of videos about orchestration, composition, and how that translates to live music as well. He talks about how, like, how storytelling can be implemented into music tracks as well. So anyway, let's move on. How is the name? Austin Wintory. Austin Wintory. He's also the same guy who composed the music for Journey. He's done some Assassin's Creed as well. He's done Abzu, I believe, and then some other tracks as well, some other music as well. Really, really talented composer. Very prominent in the indie game music composer field, I'd say. He's like quite a prominent composer. Nice resume. There is a conductor for Expedition. I know, Daniel Siker, I have been raving about this guy for ages, ever since I discovered the music from Clair Obscur and the music videos. Abzu and Journey. Yeah, exactly. That's the guy. And yes, Daniel Siker is a conductor, and he's an orchestrator. He knows how musicians play music, and he knows, like, I'm pretty sure that when they do the Clair Obscur concert European tour, Lorient basically consults constantly Daniel Siker so that they can see a little bit what tracks can be translated to live music. And I'm pretty sure that was basically the same deal for Une vie à t'aimer, which originally was more of like a studio-produced track, but has been adapted for the live performance scene. So also the Orchestre Curieux is very talented. Yes, they have a lot of talented musicians there as well. Did you know that Daniel Siker can do a backflip? Guys, What I want to see is during one of the concerts that he does a backflip. No, okay, you know what? That's not a good thing to do. I'm not going to ask that. No. The last thing I want is to encourage Daniel to do a backflip and then he kind of like, yeah. No, I don't want any tragedy to happen. Let's just say that. There's a great interview between Austin and Lorient. I've seen. Oh, I have not seen that. I need to see that. Austin and Lorient. Yeah, perfect. I'm gonna go see that. Yeah, they heavily collaborated together. Lorient, Alice, and Daniel. Yeah, I've seen the Konbini interview. It's really, really good. Jayhan, he backflipped live on Z. No way! I did not see it. Well, then again, I didn't see all of the songs. Oh my gosh, are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Okay, I gotta now see the Z event. I have still reaction videos from the Z event, but not of the whole concert. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's move on. Peindre la perfection. That means paint perfection. One more reason to go back and watch it. Yep. It's a donation goal. He does it every year. Oh, you mean for the Z event? He does it every year there? Oh my gosh. You know what? Everything's starting to make more sense now. Makes so much sense. Let me just quickly stop here. It makes now so much sense. That's why the concerts were top tier quality. Like Z event concert, the Clair Obscur performances there, top tier compared to the Gamescom performance, compared to the Video Games Awards concerts performance. And that's because you can now that explains why the quality is so great, because they've been doing this for a long time together. They've been doing this for a couple of years. That explains everything. That's why the quality of the sound, the audio live mixing is so fucking amazing. That's the thing that really surprised me a lot. I thought there was some post-production there, but actually that's how it sounded during the live stream. It's like anyway, a little geek out moment for me right here. Especially since they were at home in Montpellier, of course. Yeah, because Sandfall is in Montpellier, but also Zerator as well. Flying Manor is Clea's atelier, so the music should probably reflect workshop background as well. Like what would help her create, tell something about her character. Yeah, it is very calm and soothing, you know? And that's basically something that you need, like, to drive a little bit that creativity into painting. What instrument is that? It's very gorgeous. Gorgeous. Ah, wait a second. It's a harp. It's a harp. Why did it sound like that? It's actually a harp. Hold on. the EQ is, I feel like the EQ, is that how, that must be a very particular harp, or the EQ has been a little bit manipulated to make it sound like that. It is, yeah, Clea plays a harp, but I realized, I just looked it up, it is actually a harp used here. It's a harp playing, but it really does not sound like a harp. It's very, I think it because it's so dry, instead of having like this sort of like reverb sound, maybe. Maybe a different type of harp, I don't know. Okay, what's the next one? Contre le cœur. Is there some lyrics for that? Let me check quickly. Yeah, there is. There is, but again, it's like in this sort of like gibberish language as well. So let's put this up. This one either. Is that in the workshop? Give Death Waters. Workshop. I think it is, right? Okay, next track we have. Yeah, I don't really know how to translate I can't really translate the lyrics to the other one, but my feeling is that this song appears in the boss fight with in the workshop, not in Clea's where we see painted Clea, the other one. Maybe the Thunder Évêque, maybe. Yeah, the one without vocals I remember, but the vocals, honestly, I don't. Yeah, like, same here. Si Maël ne soigne la douleur. Oh! That's all I can imagine or create from 2 lines. Absolutely not a translation, though. Really hard to translate that. But it definitely sounds like battle theme for sure. Fleur de Paris. Atelier de Clair, Fleur de Paris. Yeah. The name of the song I find really important. It is very reminiscent of certain themes. Against the beat, we heard the true. Johan, you have a very funny sense of humor. I approve. Paris, probably Clair's nickname. Her being beautiful and noble, of noble birth and such. Perfection, basically. Put that in there on purpose, Johan. For sure. Oh, l'amour d'une sœur. Wait, hold on. Just gonna back it a little bit. Just so we can read the chat. Being the one grown up. Also, side note, from Clair's room in the manor, we know she's actually owns a beret, a red beret. Oh, feels weird hearing you sing the Alicia Tiranian in it. Sorry, this one for sure did. Imagine a world where E33 didn't come with the OST. So much to explore. No wonder Maël doesn't want to leave. Like when Noah says, the canvas can be intoxicating. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, l'amour d'une sœur. Yeah, right now the OST is intoxicating. That's true. I'm wondering which I'd like to say it's Maël or Alicia, really. It's hard because I don't want to believe that that Clair doesn't have like some sort of like is devoid of love, but she has done very little to prove otherwise. I learned playing this one on piano, L'amour d'une sœur and also Près de lui. I'm a terrible player, so it takes me a lot of time, but I can play it now, so I'm happy. Oh, that sounds really nice. I'd love to be able to play this track. Which songs did we hear in the same motif in? We hear this track when Maël and Verso talk at camp. Verso lives in his music. This track in between Clair tracks though. Yeah, right? I also picked up on the sutekidane. That was I'm not the only one who heard or who thought of that, right? Oh, we already did that. We could skip ahead, actually. There is sutekidane in the track. Right. Look here. It's also harp, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. But it just... Well, then take the da, 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 da. Yeah, that's a very nice little Easter egg right there. Clearly a fan of Final Fantasy X. Sutina yoseta kotoba ni oyoita kokoro fu no na 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 yasenai. Yeah, that's Sutekidane. Ah, sorry. Let's go here. Stuck in Miles' head. Let's go there. Ah. Thank you, Yuan. This again, that sound effect, we hear it in Une vie à t'aimer. That's not the same. That's not Alice. I don't think this is Alice. Oh. Okay, interesting. It might be a sampled singer. Okay. Oh, we are in the Reacher part. We hear atmospheric. This track plays in the Twilight Quarry location where we find a music record. Oh, wow, okay. This gives me Mylène Farmer. Mylène Farmer! Okay, vibes like California. I don't know that song from Mylène Farmer, though. So, oh, I'm switching to French right now. That's a clear sign that I'm going to be tired for the rest of the stream. Okay, let's keep on going. We're soon there, guys. We're at the Reacher now. You know what this means? We're getting closer to the Paintress. I have been going for so long. décembre. Actually... Okay, no. Oh, what a gorgeous track. Really. Yeah, that's maybe because Une vie avant ends Act 2 and Une vie avec ends Act 3. It's interesting. And I don't Oh. Bass. Oh, there we go. Battle incoming. Almost, kind of like. Yeah, the pinhead uppfedaan. That's right! The top hat! Oh my god! This is good. Oh! What the heck? Apparently... Hold on. Oh my gosh, no way! We got some raiders here! Hi guys! Hello, welcome to the stream! SPD, my boobra! How's it going? How you doing, Nicole? Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you! How you doing? Oh, thank you for the raid, guys! Welcome! This was very much needed. Thank you, guys. We're listening to some music from Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Some really, really amazing music. By the way, guys, maybe let me just quickly introduce myself. Hi, my name is Jayhan. I'm actually a video game vocalist. And I'm actually a huge fan of Sonic music. I'm a massive fan of Sonic music. And me and my band, Jiggy Tones, we do a lot of live performances of Sonic the Hedgehog music. We've done Live and Learn, we've done City Escape, we've done and we've done all of these stuff in at conventions and in Germany. We've got a rock band, literally. So, but it's so cool. It's so cool. Welcome, guys. Here we're kind of like listening to tracks here and kind of analyzing them and kind of like talking about instrumentation, orchestration, lyrics, and stuff like that. What is my favorite? Okay. It's so funny that you guys are here. So, actually, my biggest vocal inspiration as a vocalist is none other than Johnny Joelli. Johnny Joeli is the guy that inspired me to to be a rock vocalist. And I've done rock music for Ubisoft, specifically for Watch Dogs Legion and for Beyond Good and Evil 2, even though the latter is still in development. Have you tried voice acting too? Voice acting, I haven't actually. Well, no, actually, I have done some voice acting, but Boobra, it's so great to see you. Are you still in the chat? Boobra is my nickname, the nickname that I gave to SPD 64. It was a joke that we did like all those years ago. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. I hope you don't mind that I still call you that. I think it's such an endearing term for me. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely big Sonic fan, and we're all kind of like part of this same kind of like close-knit group. But I haven't. I have to say, I haven't. I have to check in on you guys. Like, so happy you've joined the streaming adventure. Yeah, girl, I've been streaming since 2 p.m. today, which means like it must be like 1 p.m. your time, 2 p.m. my time. So right now it's 11:50. And I still gotta react to the rest of these songs. So yeah, 10 years. Can you believe that? We've been listening for 9 hours. The initial goal was to be finished in 10 minutes, but I'm not sure a lot of us believed we would be on time. Yeah, we're not going to be able to finish this in 10 minutes for sure. For sure. But anyway, 10 years, yeah. I'm hoping one of these days to come over to the UK, SPD. And in that case, definitely want to be able to meet up with you at some point, that we can finally meet in person. That would be really insane, you know? Please, yes, I'll try to make something happen. And it would be great to see Kyle again. Man, I haven't seen him in ages as well. Okay, favorite Sonic character. I think it's a bit of a no-brainer. It's Sonic for me. It's always, and you can drag Jordan. Jordan, yes, absolutely. We have to all hang. Like, I do have plans to go to the UK in June, but I'll have to let you know. But it would be more in the London area. So if you guys happen to be in that area, that would be really cool. It all started with a 10-minute video react, and now here we are in a 10 hours one, and it's being fantastic. Thank you. All right. I'm going to try to continue a little bit with my stream, but guys, if you want to just kind of like chill here and we talk about the soundtracks, it's really, really cool, right? I won't distract you anymore. I got to sleep anyway, lol, but have a great rest of stream and get rest soon. Thank you. Lots of love to you. Wait, you guys have been doing on for 10 hours? Yeah, well, technically, the soundtrack is like 3.5 hours, but when you analyze each song, you stack up the time, right? So, all right, night, Nicole. Thank you so much, my boobra. So, we're basically we're anyway soon done. Like, I think we're gonna be done in like a half an hour. We're not gonna try to spend too much more time on this because I'm also getting pretty exhausted as well. So let's pick up where we left off. Thank you, chat, for being part of this, and enjoy listening to some Clair Obscur music. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I actually really love Rouge as well. Like my favorite female character from the Sonic franchise. "33 hours, that would be amazing, not gonna lie. We'll try to see if we can make that happen. Vector is the crocodile Yuan. He's the leader of the Chaotix crew, along with Espio. Yeah, Vector. Ooh. It definitely feels like the start of an adventure. We'll try to not make it too long for the next stream, I hope. Rouge is indeed cool. My favorite female character in Sonic is Blaze the cat. Yeah, Blaze is also cool. Yes, Epic the Musical, I've heard of those. I've listened actually to a few of them. They're really amazing. I definitely have to listen to them at some point. Just keep it under 12 hours. I've heard YouTube screws up the VOD after that. Yeah, I'll try to keep it under 12 then. I definitely have to listen to... I know that Monster Hunter soundtracks are really good too. There's so much to listen to, man. But thanks for the suggestion. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Nicole got me into Epic. Every time I see water, I think Get in the Water. Yes, that track, I remember. It was all over TikTok. I remember that. Ah, I love that with the vocals. So I have listened to a few tracks of Undertale, and actually one of my upcoming live streams that I want to do is of Undertale, because I've never played the game. I've never played Undertale or Deltarune actually, and my band actually performed Megalovania a couple of times in conventions. Yeah, Megalovania, exactly. Oh, so good. Ah, Entre les marais et les cimes. Oh. This is, yes, the Witcher-like song. Glad to hear you like that, Vivi. It definitely has this sort of very interesting mix to it. La, 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 la. Yeah, it does. It does give that. It has a lot of this ethnic instruments in there. Dancing with blades drawn kind of vibe. Yeah, it definitely does. That might be some sort of like a, it's definitely a flute, but yeah, it does get this sort of Xena the warrior princess. Yeah. First thing that hit. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nikita, but yes, absolutely. This is so great. Just to quickly chime in. So yes, there's a lot of, so the composer for this game, Lorient Testard, he's definitely drawn inspiration from a lot of popular video games, not limited to Final Fantasy, Legend of Zelda, but I also get the feeling Witcher as well, especially Witcher 3, with this sort of like folk composition style. It's really, really good. Could also fit into Assassin's Creed's Odyssey 2. That's true. That's true. It's one of those tracks of the OST that is so out there and where you don't really find the lingering motifs of the OST, that it amazes you and just shows the create. Exactly. And I love the fact that the composer, Lorient, really took this, really used every opportunity he could to craft something so unique and making this soundtrack so versatile and eclectic at the same time. It's really, really good. Ah. Oh, there we go. We have some lyrics, guys. So let's head over to hello, lyrics. So let's just go a little bit back because I have lyrics prepared for this. Oop. Let's go. Here we're gonna, okay. Amour fané. Okay. Thanks, Bill. Exactly. was trombone, I think. Or was it trumpets? I can't tell. Trombone, trumpets? You're almost at the top. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. De la peau, bien. Peau de la peau. There we go. That's glauque, absolutely. Oh my gosh, what the heck? This song. My gosh, we got to talk about the lyrics, guys. We got to talk. Okay, let's very quickly translate these lyrics, okay? So let's go from the first paragraph. Amour fané, orphelin, amour fané. So from what I remember, it is withered love, orphan, withered love. Dans les cimes, silhouette sublime, rage éveillée, vengeance déchaînée. The summits dance, magnificent silhouette, awakened rage, unleashed revenge. Corbeau sombre et solitaire, par-delà les cieux, haine amère, venin rampant, rancœur étouffé, l'orphelin naît des amours fanés. Dark and solitary crow, above the sky's bitter hatred, crawling poison, muffled resentment, the orphan is born from withered love. Regard froid, ombre dans la clarté, elle sans roi, cœur éclaté. Cold stare, shadow in light, wings without king, shattered heart. Mouvement, l'horizon devient sa toile, marée de tourment, dessein fatal. Movement, the horizon becomes her canvas, tide of torment, fatal drawing. And then we go, orphelin, sans guide, errance vers l'abîme, vent contraire, courant d'air, abandonné, poussière. Orphan without guidance, wandering toward the abyss, headwind dropped, abandoned, dust. Now, my gosh, this is like, it is, this, Bill did put it, yeah, I just saw it right now, and I just read it out loud, basically, but Man, oh man. So when we're talking about the orphans, we're talking about the orphans, the enemy orphans, or are we talking about Mael by any chance? I'm guessing we're talking about the orphans. It's painted Alicia without her family. There we go. She does, like, exactly. She feels orphaned, given that people have kind of like kept her like aside. Yeah. It's painted Alicia without her family. That makes so much sense. I'm assuming it's describing the feelings Alicia feels with the fighting with her parents and how she longs to free herself from the family, maybe. Yeah. There's this, but there's also the fact that, like we mentioned earlier on, that Aline painted Alicia looks a certain way because Aline made her look like that, which can be seen as punishment, basically. And kind of like shows her contempt for her own daughter, which I think it's crazy to me. I personally think it could even be real Alicia, not just painted. Yeah, it's both, honestly. It's really just kind of both. And given the tragedy that happened, that has left Alicia completely like orphaned without love in that sense. Orphelin is also the name of one of the enemies. Maybe they represent something. Could be also that. I mean, there were a lot. Yeah, that's why I also kind of like hesitated with that as well. It could be about the orphans, but I feel like for the sake of lore, it would make more sense that it be about Alicia, actually. It has to be. And Mael, yes, Mael as well, because Mael is an orphan as well. So very strong parallels between Alicia and Mael here. Mael orphan, an actual orphan, and Alicia orphaned in the sense of not being loved, I guess, given what has happened. So I think they represent Alicia because both parents seem to be doomed to die in the canvas. Yeah, there's that. There's absolutely that. That's how I feel about the song. Very Maelicia focused in a way. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Okay, let's move on to the next track. We're getting slowly to the end. Now we have Près de lui. Olive Lumière is orphan too. That's true. Ah, Près de lui. Wait. Près de lui. I'm trying to remember where this appears. It does, yeah, it definitely feels like the instrumental. The last lyric in Mael chorus, Lune près de lui. Yes, that's true. Ah, there we go. That. This track. This is the track. This is the track that gave me two Xanarkand vibes from Final Fantasy X. Yes, Victor, you're back! Hey, welcome back! Yes, we're still doing this! It is the song that we play with Mael at the camp. To Xanarkand, yes. I'll show you guys the part that made me think of To Xanarkand. Yes. It's the same motif as Aline, absolutely. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Saria, thank you for tuning in. You take care now. Much love to you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Good night. Here we go. Oh, very good. Very beautiful. So very quickly, the segment that I want to show is here. There we go. Okay, right here. That is that segment is very similar to how To Zanarkand is composed. Dun, 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 dun. Well, dun, 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 dun. It's like, that's, for me, it was instantly recognizable as To Zanarkand. And I feel like it's a little nod to Final Fantasy, like a little homage, as we would say it in French. Ah, près de lui. Guys, we're getting closer to the end. And we're going to do now Aline, I think. We're moving on to Aline, guys. That means lyrics. Let's all sing this song together. Love it so much. Love this song so much.
Sors et fuis, je t'en prie. Fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse vie. Portrait rêvé, imparfait, chaîne de ta liberté. Alors tranchons la trame, découle la sinistre esquisse. Sors et fuis, je t'en prie. Fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse vie. Portrait rêvé, imparfait, chaîne de ta liberté.
Holy crap. This, oh my gosh, this song hits now so differently. After I played the game, I hadn't listened to this song or listened or paid attention to the lyrics until now, actually. Oh my gosh, it hits differently, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's quickly translate their lyrics, shall we? Ah, man. Ah. Okay. Bill, thank you for doing this. Get out, sors et fuis, je t'en prie. Fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse vie. Get out and flee, I beg of you. Escape this cursed painting, this canvas of a false life. Portrait rêvé imparfait, chaîne de ta liberté, image of dreams. Untrue, shackles upon your will. Alors tranchons la trame, découle la sinistre esquisse. Then let us cut the thread, undo the sinister draft. Sors et fuis, je t'en prie. Again, the same thing. My God. This is basically, I think this is Aline's moment of clarity when she's not, when she's not gone crazy, like in this descent to madness after spending so much time in the tableau, in the canvas. Oh my gosh, it just always hits so hard. Wait, Victor, I know you said something. Let me just on somewhat related, but only I don't know if you know her, but there is a French YouTuber who made a cover to Xanarkand with original French lyrics. Is it Miyun by any chance? Because I know her personally. She's a friend of mine. I mean, she is like I don't know her super personally, but she is a friend. So I'm hoping to meet her one of these days when I go to Paris. But Dreamed Portrait, yeah, imperfect. Shackles of Your Freedom, yeah, that's more. Sash thread. Yeah, there we go. Oh my gosh, they filmed the performance. It feels like Aline telling Maël to leave. Yeah, exactly. Maël, and I even say like Renoir as well, because they're stuck basically. Aline is a character that I would have disliked in any other game, but her theme and meeting her on the monolith. Not just meeting her on the monolith, like when we fight against her, against the paintress, and then at the end, I think the music is gonna come up for that. But that I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna bawl my eyes out again. It's my favorite with Renoirs. Difficult in the highest pitch. That part is like really, really hard. It plays before you fight the paintress too, but it's already too late. I think untrue is better translation due to connotation. Maybe. Wait, hold on. I think it's a moment of clarity. She sees Alicia, and doesn't want to go the same path as her. It's the motherly instinct to tell her child to not fall in her folly, to want to protect her. Poetry is not always literal, but I get what you mean. Preparing for the next song. Yes. So yeah, I do know her. Like we chat with each other from time to time. Like Miyun is amazing. And by the way, she is Alice duport-percier's understudy. She was her understudy in the Clair Obscur tour, basically, the France tour, basically. So Miyun is very, very talented as a vocalist and a songwriter too. So I'm really hoping to meet her. Like we chat from time to time. So I really have to make it my mission to see her. So find someone Jayhan doesn't know. Difficult level. Look, guys. I'm a person who has the ability to, for some reason, has the ability to meet people, I guess. So I've always wanted to meet David Wise. I've met David Wise. I've always wanted to meet Christophe Herral. I've met Christophe Herral. I've always wanted to meet Johnny Joeli. I've seen him from a distance, but I hope that I can ask him something. Anyway, that's my special power. Yeah. In the end, she fights for control of the canvas, and in the end of the fight, she tries to protect you. Exactly. That part made me bawl my eyes out. She was never the enemy, as Expedition 60 said in their journal. Exactly. I've heard that the lyrics were actually written by Guillaume, but I'm not sure if it's. Ooh, okay. I'd like to see that. I'd like to hear more about that, actually. Also, I think liberté here means will rather than freedom, because her freedom is not exactly in danger. It is her will. But heck, neither French nor English are my native. That's a good point, though. I feel like the will part makes more sense. Your reaction to phase 3 of the Paintress during your stream was amazing. Confusion and sadness with you stopping from attacking cinema over absolute Thank you. Thank you. Like, I did not want to attack her. I still get emotional over this. The social person, yay. Special power. You haven't met Lorient. I want to meet Lorient. I absolutely want to. He seems like such an amazing guy, not gonna lie. Like, yeah. But look, guys, Lorient, everybody wants to meet Lorient. Everybody wants to meet Alice. Everybody wants to meet everybody. So, like, I don't know. We'll see what happens, you know. Chaîne de ta liberté is an oxymoron. Opposed words together. It's a strong contrast. Here we go. Contrast between chains, shackles against her freedom. The canvas is the shackles that allows her to live free of guilt and sorrow. Yes, especially given the death of Verso and all that. Okay, guys, let us move on to the next one. I'm guessing the next one is what I'm thinking it's gonna be. Let's see. Paintress. Wait, there's lyrics. I think there's lyrics for Paintress. Yes. Paintress lyrics. Let's go. Okay. Whew. All right. There we go. Thank you, everybody who helped with the translation. Thank you. There is partially Alicia lyrics in there. Yes, absolutely. tubular bells. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's true. Really? Ooh. Oh, the strings are just clashing with each other like that. Oh, chills. Oh. Ali's theme. That's the part.
Sors et fuis, je t'en prie. Fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse vie. Portrait réveillant parfait, chaîne de ta liberté.
Alicia Verbatim.
Alors tranchons la trame, découle la sinistre exquise. Sors et fuis, je t'en prie.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Oh my gosh. I completely forgot that there was the Aline verbatim, but in a very more kind of like, yeah, my gosh. Okay, let's just have a quick look at the lyrics. Victor, were you able to translate some of that? Let's see. Alicia verbatim. Okay, third one. Okay, kasoi dare moi dane. Yeah, and then the third paragraph. Amaela alumine. Mael shining. Verso dreamed. Clea has loved. Renoir and Mother alone. Oh, really? Okay. Sonata, song in the future, will paint in Clair Obscur. And then we repeat 3 and 4. I love the reprise of the second Saurait Fuir after the vocals. It feels so strong and powerful, like she's giving her last breath to beg Alicia one last time. It's true. It's true. It's basically like she has this like right at the end she has this, she snaps out of it, even though and she's, very weak, but she finally snaps out of it and uses her last strength to tell Alicia to leave the canvas and run away from this canvas. Man, it is such an emotional trip. In an interview, Lorient said that this kind of music isn't usually casual listening, but he wanted to make the music in such a way that you'd get the epic feeling in the song you'd play in a car. Absolutely, absolutely. Ow. Yeah, and Alicia falls into the same trap as her mother, basically. Guessed a bit more. Not 100% sure, but Ina could mean mother, apparently. It also appears also in Clair and or portrait imparfait. Daoko is somewhat close to dake, which means alone, which is Japanese, I think, right? Depending on the ending, it's Aline's last interaction with Verso and Alicia Mael. A moment of clarity was not for long, though. Right before being expelled, she does everyone a huge disservice by returning Alicia's memories. Yep, that's true. Well, for Verso, it's sure in both endings. Ooh, I think the next one is the next part. Not sure what language it's from, but it's a piece that is translatable from the Mael Alicia song. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I think we have one last song, guys. And I think it's L'amour d'une mère. The love of a mother. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the one that... Was it this one where you still have to fight her? Or did we just have that... No, I think we had that already before. It's the last of the Amour trio. My attempt is to distance songs painting chiaroscuro for Mael, for Lumia, my sweet Verso, for Claire, so that Renoir darkness. Okay. Yeah, it's the Aline part where she heals, protects you. Oh my gosh, I'm not ready for that, guys. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's after Aline is expelled. We did it. It is very beautiful. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Did you guys see the way it ended, like on a more uplifting note? That kind of just... Whew. Whew. We will also be, yeah. Oh my gosh, what an amazing, eclectic, versatile, heart-wrenching soundtrack. And this is Act 2. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thank you all so much for being part of this live stream, guys. I mean, of course, there'll be Act 3, and there will be Verso's drafts, of course. That's a little bit that's absolutely what I want to do. Oh my gosh, I look so red in the face. Hey, at least I don't have to put on, like, the fake reddish makeup. You know, some people, they make their nose red, I guess. I don't know. Oh my gosh, guys, we did it. We did it. It's 12:45 after midnight, but we've been at this for 10 hours and 45 minutes of listening to Act 2, analyzing it, and thanks to you guys helping out with the translation, with, you know, finding the names for the musicians. It's amazing. I'm really thankful to you guys for sticking around in this chat. Oh my gosh, yeah. Because there is a chance for Aline to recover, that I think this is the reason for this resolution. Absolutely. But like... It's such my gosh. Look, guys, very honestly, I want to meet Lorient just to thank... Just to thank him for writing... Just to thank him for writing such amazing music. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you to the commenters with the timestamps later on. Yeah, thank you. That's Jason. Much love to him as well. Victor... also Bill, as well as Rage. They've all been, and Music and Me Box as well. You guys have been helping out with the translations. Thank you so much for this. Please, guys, send lots of love to everybody in the chat for sticking around, for helping out with the translations. It's been an amazing time to kind of like really analyze the music and the lyrics, and, you know, I had such a great time, guys. It's always great with all of you. Yeah, if you can leave a like on the video, it's so kind. It's so sweet of you, Vivi, to remind people of that. I keep forgetting that. So many MVPs today, absolutely. So I'm a little bit debating. Maybe I might stream tomorrow evening. I'm not yet sure. I might, but it'll be like probably a relatively short stream where we kind of like explore Verso's drafts, basically. So I think I might stream again tomorrow because I'm having a lot of fun, guys. So I appreciate this. Really, I do. I always love to hear everyone's interpretation of the lyrics and a little sadistic need to see you cry as much as as French-speaking people did. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no. Amazing people have worked on this game, and I will keep saying this. Like, the work that they have done, I do get the feeling that a lot of the work that they've done comes also from a place of sacrifice. I'm sure they've had to sacrifice a lot, whether it's time, whether it's money, whether it's their own physical or mental health. You know, I'm sure there was a lot of work that went into this, and I hope that Sandfall realizes that, you know, recognizes the hard work that everybody has put into this game, and that it deserves to be celebrated as much as possible. Only that cost you a lot are valued a lot. Yeah. Oh, you got to meet the Perry Gestrel in the drafts. I absolutely will. I guess. Amazing 33 people, including Noko, of course. I'm having lots of fun, she says, with tears rolling down her entire face. Perfect description of the game. No, but it's also great to be able to share this with all of you. I really appreciate this. E33, you will laugh, you will cry, you will laugh while you cry. Yep, that keeps popping up in my chat for some reason. Okay, I'm not going to delay this any longer. It is 10 minutes before 1 a.m. Guys, thank you again so much. I really appreciate you all. You guys now rest, take it easy, and maybe I will see you tomorrow evening for another live stream of Clair Obscur. All right? Anyway, lots of love to all of you. Lots of love. I wish I could send a lot more emojis than doing this, but I will in any case. Good night, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.